Buenos días a todas y a todos. Les vamos a solicitar tomar ubicación en sus lugares a quienes están aquí en la sala y les rogamos un instante más a quienes están de manera virtual conectadas y conectados para iniciar esta 65 reunión de la mesa directiva de la Conferencia Regional sobre la Mujer de América Latina y el Caribe. En un instante iniciamos. Muchas gracias. Bueno, buenos días, señoras ministras.
Good morning, ministers and authorities of national entities for the advancement of women that accompany us, like member states, members of the UN system, and intergovernmental entities. We also welcome representatives of civil society, of feminist organizations, of academia. Now we will proceed with the opening session of the 65th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. On this occasion, this meeting of the presiding officers is held as from room Raúl Previch of ECLAC in a hybrid fashion, and therefore we have an important number of delegations that are connected online. We are accompanied here by Daniel Titelman, who is head of the Economic Development Division of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of the UN Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, UN Women, and Ayelen Macina, Minister for Women, Genders and Diversity of Argentina, as chair of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. We also have here Anna Westmis, Director of the Gender Affairs Division of ECLAC. First of all, and in order to begin this ceremony, it is a pleasure for me to offer the floor to Daniel Titelman, head of the Economic Development Division, representing the Executive Secretary, José Manuel Salazar Siriñats of ECLAC, who is traveling abroad. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to convey the greetings and the tremendous satisfaction of the Executive Secretary, José Manuel Salazar Siriñats, for ECLAC to act as host of this very important conference. And we certainly feel that it is a very important event. And of course, we will continue to collaborate as from ECLAC. So on behalf of the Executive Secretary, I convey a warm welcome and our gratitude for acting as hosts for this conference. Dear Ayelen Masina, Minister for Women, Genders and Diversity of Argentina, and Chair of the Presiding Officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. I also greet Maria Cristina Perceval, who is a special representative for feminist foreign policy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Culture of Argentina, Minister Antonia Orellana, Minister of Women and Gender Equality of Chile, who will be joining us soon. Ministers and representatives of ECLAC member states, dear Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of UN Women, and dear Anna Westmes, Director of the Gender Division of ECLAC, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the UN system entities, international entities and cooperation organizations, dear representatives of civil society and especially of women's and feminist organizations and movements, friends from the academia, members of the press. It is a great pleasure for me to be here and to warmly greet you for this 65th meeting of the Presiding Officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I also convey the greetings of the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, José Manuel Salazar Ciriñas. I would like to begin by celebrating the recent creation of new mechanisms that contribute to strengthening the institutional framework and the gender architecture in the region. I would like to highlight the Minister of Women in Brazil, the Minister of Women and Human Rights in Ecuador, the Minister of Women in Panama, and the Ministry of Equality in Colombia as new entities that strengthen the institutional capability in order to create awareness and develop policies so that we can make headway with the gender issues that we are discussing. And I would also like to express our maximum solidarity for the people that are in charge of existing ministries and these new ministries that often have to face complex realities and have to face major challenges in order to promote this new institutional framework that is being created. And therefore, our solidarity for those of you that are in charge of heading these new entities and existing entities working with women and with gender and diversity. These changes at the level of the institutional framework will be fundamental to overcome gender problems and advance towards substantive equality, contributing to the transformation of public policies and reforming the global commitments and also the regional gender agenda, which is the major challenge that Latin America and the Caribbean face. In this 65th meeting of the presiding officers, we will be dealing with a whole series of fundamental aspects. Among them, we will have a panel devoted to exploring synergies between the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean and other subsidiary bodies of ECLAC in order to contribute to gender mainstreaming in the social, economic, and environmental dimensions of sustainable development. We will also have a space to exchange on the progress in the Regional Fund in support of women's and feminist organizations and movements, an initiative which is a novel initiative with a multi-stakeholder governance, and that is a very relevant part of our challenges. We will also present the initiative for a bi-regional pact on care between Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union, a proposal to promote strategic cooperation between both regions when it comes to the issue of care. In addition to this, this afternoon we will have space to debate on the themes of the 16th session of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean that will be held in Mexico in 2025. Tomorrow, we will also have a special session which will be a regional consultation prior to the 68th session of the Commission on the Status of Women of the UN. The main issue will be accelerating the achievement of gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls by addressing poverty and strengthening institutions and financing with a gender perspective. And subsequently, we will have a space for the consideration and approval of this meeting, including the regional declaration that will be submitted to this commission. Dear colleagues, Latin America and the Caribbean find itself in an economic and social context which is tremendously challenging. The region has spent decades beyond the cyclical impacts of COVID, and the cyclical recovery of COVID has many decades of slow growth, and many of our structural problems have become deepened in terms of social inclusion and the ability to include everyone in the dynamic of growth and development. And these challenges that have been historical in our region become even more complex, not only because of the ups and downs of the global economy and the difficulties faced today by multilateralism, but also as a result of the new challenges that emerge and the deep changes that are taking place in the world, such as the technological revolution and climate change. And facing up to the technological revolution and climate change that will condition the future of our countries and of the whole world in the future implies that we must deal with the differences and inequalities that our region has been working with for decades. And this is a fundamental aspect because it leads us to a point that we believe is very important. And I refer to the importance of public policies, the importance of gender policies, and the importance of development policies, of sustainable development, in order to make progress with these challenges that will enable us not only to grow, but also to grow in an inclusive fashion and in an environmentally sustainable manner. And those are the main challenges that will be faced by our countries in the next few years within a context that is tremendously complex. The region has been growing not very well and in an unequal fashion for many years. Just to mention an example, between 2014 and 2023, the decade grew on average at a rate of 0.8%, which is well below the average growth of the so-called lost decade of the 80s. And therefore, we are experiencing a new lost decade, which is even worse than the one during the famous foreign debt crisis in the 80s. And that low growth conditions to a large extent the space for the policies that we have in order to make headway with social policies, with inclusion policies, and with gender policies. We were discussing with the minister the need to mobilize financing, the challenges in fiscal spaces, the inflation that again implies new restrictions for macroeconomic policies. And all that is fundamental in order to lift those restrictions and strengthen both the new institutional framework and existing institutional framework when it comes to gender policies, but also to be able to strengthen the response capability of our countries faced with the challenge of sustainable and inclusive development. And in that sense, we believe that this conference is very important because we face complex times. This low growth will have a strong impact upon the labor market. And as we know, women already face many inequalities in this labor market that will become even more complex as a result of low growth. In accordance with our estimations, the low growth, which for this year we hope that Latin America will grow at a rate of 1.7 and next year at a rate of 1.5, very low rates and very coherent with the low growth rates. And it is expected that people with jobs will increase only by 1.9% this year compared to what happened in the previous year, which was 5.3%. And for next year, we expect even less growth in the employment rate. That will be off around 1.1%. And the low growth of labor markets implies an increase in the levels of informality, an increase or rather the loss of salaries, informality, which today is represents around 50% in labor markets, and to a large extent it is women that work in those conditions, and therefore all the difficulties and all the will hit women far harder and amplifies the negative impact upon negative impacts upon women. And that is a challenge that will require labor policies, growth policies, and inclusive policies. And we will have to be thinking about new logics for labor policies that are more inclusive and capable of catering for both the improvement of the inclusion of women and also capable of catering for technological and climate change challenges without worsening the inequalities that exist today. And if we look at fiscal policy, macroeconomic policies, and social policies, that will also be a challenge that will accompany us for many decades. How to rethink social policies, how to rethink economic policies in order to make growth much more dynamic, which is a fundamental aspect, and in turn to be able to face up and resolve the inequality issues that we face with the inequality issues that may occur in the future. And we believe that this conference and the results of these conferences are fundamental in order to establish guidelines and strategies in that direction.
Just a couple of numbers. The gender gap is really significant in terms of labor participation. For men, it's about 75%, while for women, just 51%. When unemployment rates increase, impact are very unequal. For the rates that were estimated of unemployment for this year, you are talking about 10% unemployment for women and 16% for men. And these structural differences increase and go deeper in line with the low growth, and also they offset in the high growth cycle. So it's there where we think that lessons learned, recommendations, and mandates out of this type of conferences are essential to make progress in terms of changing our public policies to be better equipped to face bad times, but also to resolve problems in good times, and not to repeat what has always happened in Latin America, that when everything goes good, right, and nothing is done. But we have to do a lot because exactly in those times to overcome inequalities. I would like to leave aside in terms of challenges for funding and reducing poverty and achieving gender equality, which is the priority theme in the 68th period of the Juridical and Social Commission of Women, and is a priority regarding the Buenos Aires commitment, the advance agreement that was approved in the 15th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, that give us the road to progress in terms of sustainability, fighting poverty and reducing poverty that also affect mainly women, is something essential. And unfortunately, as we can see in Latin America, social outlook for 2022, poverty rates were well over the pre-pandemic period. It's not that they increased in the pandemic, but we are well over the levels pre-pandemic period, and our estimates indicates that this year the level will be around 1% of the population for the region, and this is about 201 million individuals. And for extreme poverty, we are talking about 13.1%, that is 82 million individuals, affecting young women, especially Native and Afro-descendants people. So eradication of poverty as challenges of increasing the quality is not an easy road, but will require great effort and good design of public policies. And I reiterate the importance of this conference. Economic autonomy of women has deteriorated from 2019, 2021. The percentage of women without own income went from 26 to 27.8%. So it was 1.8% increase. In the case of men, 1.6% in a lower level to 12.8%. There is a great challenge also because the autonomy has to do with the capability of having autonomy in terms of income. And so when we have economic difficulties, the challenges are greater, and policies need to think not only to create more employment, but how we can also overcome these challenges. And this is even deeper and when we are dealing with the difficult reactivation times. And to grow is important, but the way to grow is even more important to make progress along this way. The numbers indicate that 1 out of 3 women have no own income. In the case of labor participation, 1 out of 2 women is out of the labor market, while in case of men, the rate is 1 every 4. So these are the main challenges in the region. Measurements in the use of time has showed that women devote about 20% of their time for household chores and not paid activities, while men is about 7.3%. So they devote to this activity 3 times the time devoted by men. In 10 countries, we have made estimates, and this contribution changes from 16 to 28% of the GDP. Because, and this is a very significant number. If you see sectorial number, there is no sector in the economy which grows over that is 10 or 12% of GDP. And here we are talking about 17% of the GDP. And that's a very important piece of information. And taking into account these great inequalities to ensure implementation of the agreement of undertaken in Buenos Aires commitment is an opportunity to make progress in public policies, improving the life of people, especially women, adolescents, and girls. We need to make progress in a synergic manner in terms of solution, adopting intersectional solutions to respond to specific needs of women and girls with special care to inequalities and feminization of poverty in the region, the unfair distribution of time, and how the current social organization of care affects women mainly, especially the ones who are living in context of poverty. And we need to foster recovery plan with a positive assurance to overcome inequality. To invest in the care society is a significant change for the region, which it is required urgently to advance towards gender equality, and also to create employment and dynamization of the economy as a whole. I would like finally to share how happy I feel, something that is very significant, the happiness that the Nobel Prize of this year is a woman, and is a woman devoted to this type of topics, whose work and researches about the structural changes, economic and social participation of women are highly relevant and in line with the work which are done in our countries, together with the work carried out by LAC and UN Women. So we think that it's a cultural and symbolic sign that is a woman. This is the 3rd woman receiving a Nobel Prize of Economics, but this is a woman working on gender issues, because this is a demonstration of higher sensitivity from the world about the importance of this topic, as well as the economic importance of these topics. Finally, I would like to reiterate, you can count on us, on LAC. Thank you, Ana Westmes, and thank you, Maria Noel, for all the support that you have provided to us. You are the essence of what we're living today. You can count on LAC throughout all these processes and commitments, sometimes with the feeling that it's difficult to make progress, but also with the feeling that we always make progress. Because we are not going to have countries which are achieving inclusive development without including gender and without mainstreaming gender and overcoming gender inequality. Thank you so much, Daniel Titeman, Chief of the Economic Development Division of LAC. He is representing the Executive Secretary now. We are going to give the floor to Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, UN Women, our partners in the organization of the UN Women Conference. Thank you so much, Jimena. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the ministers, to the attendees, and a special greetings to Daniel Titelman, who is our host and Ana Westmes as well, and the chair of the regional conference, the Minister of Women of Argentina. To be back here in person is something very important. It's important that we can hug each other, that we can have room to say, here we are with the civil society, here we are with the different governments, and with ECLAC experts, expert from UN Women, our expert in economic issues, Raquel, Barbara Ortiz, and our representative in Chile, Gabriela Rosido. Thank you so much for being here. For UN Women, it's an honor to participate in the co-creation of this regional conference of women. Is unique in the world. We need to recognize that we are unique in the world, but for the same reason, it's so important, the advances out of the regional conference since 46 years by now. Just to remind you that the regional conference of women that we had about 1 year ago in Buenos Aires, which was great, where the minister chaired the conference, and Marita Perceval, we can recall she was the Secretary of Igualdad and Special Ambassador or feminist activities. And for us, it's incredible to continue with that progress that the regional conference has put forward. We are working in 14 countries. There are 9 countries which already have some legislation. So I celebrate that we have a political forum of representatives of parliaments, and I hope that this will remain forever for all the regional conferences, because we need legislative changes which are undertaken, budgetary changes. So next time we need to invite Minister of Finance so they can include all what we need in their own budgets to make progress in gender equality. This year, UN Women, together with UNDESA, the Department of Political and Social Affairs of the General Secretariat of the United Nations, they made a costing of SDG number 5, $350 million is what we need. And that's nothing compared to what is going on in military expenses. In almost every country, military expenses have increased, reaching $3 to $4 trillion. Unfortunately, because of what is going on today in Israel and Palestine, solidarity with the women of both sides, because there are always women suffering out of proportion in any war. And I hope that this solidarity is also taken to the United Nations, that we continue over this month where we are celebrating the anniversary of Resolution 1325, that this month is presided by, the Security Council is presided by Brazil, and we're very anxious to know the plans in Colombia that is going to be for the first time presented a national plan of the implementation of 1325. But you should know that our region is a region of peace. It's a region which is facing the world as an example of a region free from violence, specifically war violence. Thanks to Buenos Aires commitment, we have today at the heart of the United Nations a group of Buenos Aires negotiating the most important resolutions in the United Nations. And they are achieving consensus. I have seen this because I have been 4 months in New York already, and I have seen the importance of this group of Buenos Aires stemming from the Regional Conference of Women at Buenos Aires commitment. So we need to feel very proud that what is going on in our regional conference has echo in the United Nations in New York. That's something very important because the topics of women are everywhere.
Transversalización, porque
I'm not going to talk about streaming because it has been overused. We need to talk about transformation. And the Society for Care is a transformation, an essential transformation, so we can live in a more just and inclusive society where women teams at the core of the labor resolutions. We need a labor market which is active for women, a labor market which is also of decent work. That's why the establishing comprehensive public-private care systems will enable us to get this decent employment, especially for women, but not only for women, because caregivers can be of any gender. So we need to understand the process of change stemming from the regional conference that won't be stopped despite we have politicians that this multilateralism is useless, that the gender entities are useless. We're going to say that we are of use and we are making changes. And the only way to make them silent is through actions. So I celebrate that you, all wonderful women directing the entities of women in the region, are demonstrating through actions that we are here and no one will stop us, neither the policy nor the economy and even the poverty. We are going to be celebrating not only this presiding officer, but the preparation also for the condition of the juridical and economic status of women. And I want this to be a women's council. I want that in the reform for the next year, we have when the United Nations with the General Assembly on the future, in the chapter related to institutional reform, I want to say that we don't depend on ECOSOC, but on the General Assembly. To have a council take us to an upper level, and we need to be at the core of the discussion of the General Assembly. And I want to tell you that about some skepticism, this General Assembly was wonderful. We were 140 chief of state, head of governments over there, committed to 2030 agenda, an agenda which is just reaching a considerable number of implementation, not 50%, despite that we are 50% of the time over there, but a considerable number to speed up the SDG number 5 and all the other SDGs. We shouldn't forget that without the gender equality and progress made by women, we are not going to be able to meet the other 16 SDGs. For me, the declaration that we have, the Buenos Aires commitment, is in they are in line with the Beijing platform. We shouldn't forget that 2025, we are going to be celebrating 30 years of existence. And then we have a costing because now we haven't calculated the price of gender equality, but we now know the price and we know that we need all the resources and all the forces, life forces of society, civil society, feminist movement, which is vibrant. It's vibrant in the world and in Latin America. You know, we need the academia. And this is a wonderful news that the Nobel Prize of the Economics is a woman who has been talking about this, the non-remunerated work, someone who has been talking about salary equality from the 70s, but now she was heard. And those individuals who are deciding on our future in terms of policy and future will listen to them. We need to have more women in politics. That's why I celebrate that in Mexico, we are going to have 2 women candidates. So anyway, we're going to have a women president in Mexico. It's important to make progress in politics, in the economy, having wonderful women as the one who are here in the regions that they are undertaking new economic endeavors. And this led me to say that GW that relates to poverty, extreme poverty, inequality, and the need of the empowerment of women, children, and adolescents, we need to face this with innovation and creativity in our region. Because of that endemic inequality, we need to go out to the world saying something different. So I celebrate that this declaration that will be produced tomorrow and in this meeting can take to SCW and then this that will be next year. And I'm not going to repeat the information that was given already. And the information that Danielle expressed very clearly, the data from UN Women are coming from ICLA. We're always using your data, and that's why the strategic alliance that we have. But the idea is eradicate poverty from a gender perspective and to improve the living condition of women. That implies to understand poverty as a multidimensional concept.
That poverty that has been expressed specifically in poverty of time. And this is why we have established priorities and care, and it is the region that is expressing this. Poverty is not only measured in numbers, but also in what women need, as well as families and communities. So according to this logic, I would like to mention that last week from UN Women that we are guiding the process towards reaching a draft of agreements. Let us not forget that CSW is an intergovernment process that ends in agreed conclusions, and we need to have these agreed conclusions. Last year, we barely obtained it, but it was given the Buenos Aires group that were able to obtain it. Thus, it is so important that all foreign affairs officers of our countries, together with you, are able to have positions that are creative, that are important and will stay in the UN for a language to the future. We need to work in the rights of women. We should not consider care as a human right. To take care, be cared for is a human right, and we need to move forth so that that international legislation that later on becomes nationalized can have a very high level. We should not allow constitutions or laws take away the importance of women's role in matters of care. And the truth is that this consultation, this preparatory consultation of CSW, it's a bit early this year, even though I do celebrate it. We have time to establish a high level for other nations. And we have to let the world know what is happening. And this perspective of poverty is a very hopeful message, a message of optimism that in Latin America we can do these things, that we can obtain a substantial change in human development when talking about the society of care. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your trust, for trusting UN Women, and thank you, Chair Lady, for providing us with this space. Thank you, Maria Noel Baez, Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality Empowerment of Women. And to be able to close this opening ceremony and with a full room here at Raul Previch at ICLAC and with 123 participants online, we have a large number of delegations present. We will now offer the floor to Minister Ayelen Messina. She is Minister for Women, Genders, and Diversity of Argentina as Chair Lady of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much and good morning. It is an honor for me to preside this 65th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Please allow me to thank delegations for being connected and to highlight how important it is to meet together and find ourselves with a tremendous experience that the last CSW gave us, where we were able to present our concerns and participation to the different areas where the support of UN Women and Equality is a fundamental aspect. As presiding officers, we're here together for a common purpose to tackle the problems that are affecting lesbians, gays, trans, intersex of our region, and to look for solutions jointly. It is in this sense that I wanted to mention one of the specific goals that we have for these days of work, and to establish the different challenges that we have ahead of us. As a first point, and towards the next meeting of CSW, we have to define a declaration that will present that the needs of our countries in looking for an inclusive framework. Likewise, we have to agree on the main topics of the 67th meeting of the CSW Mexico 2025. And of course, we really hope to provide continuity to the activity done in Argentina just a year ago, when we placed care right in the middle of this scenario, not only for sustainable development with a gender base, but when we know that there is a will on behalf of governments with multi-sector agreements, then the region can progress. We know that care moves the world, but the distribution, as already mentioned, in the societies that aren't fair is unequal, impacting our economy. This became evident during the pandemic when all productive sectors were really stopping the need of care, and the system of care was in a crisis, meaning that we need care because they are the ones that are holding the homes, the neighborhoods, the communities, and even more in times of crisis. And for those of us that are right there in the front line with care, it's women. All of the house activities, what we do, which is cleaning the home, washing clothes, preparing food, taking care of the children, to be with the elderly of our families, and also working in the lower income areas, it is important, and it is the soup kitchens. And we know that this takes opportunities away from us to be able to train ourselves, to look for important works, for paid work. And this is how women in average are poor in the region and the world. And this is why in the Buenos Aires commitment, we have acknowledged care as a work, a need, and a right. We have established the sustainability of life in the planet in a model of development that looks for fundamental human rights in the population as a whole, guaranteeing the rights of people that need care, and for those of them that are establishing a visibility in the different areas in well-being, and with a sector that is very dynamic for inclusive recovery and transformative and equality. It is in this sense that I believe that training and strengthening of the care society has to be a central approach in our agenda. In Buenos Aires, we have created the basis. We have really drawn the paths along these years. We have started the engine, and it is time to continue moving forward. Let us go into a regional conference of women in Latin America and the Caribbean by considering care involving the articulate commitment of the state, of the private sector, of families, of the organizations, and to strengthening the agreements established from governance and financing. We have solid basis so that none of the rights obtained can be forgotten. And I am mentioning it in this anti-democratic wave where we have to defend what we have obtained. We have continue working to the future. I do not want to generate fear. I just want to be realistic in what is happening in my country, in Argentina, as it has happened in many of the countries of the region, as we are all discussing which is the best way of having development with inclusion. We know that it is not possible to obtain sustainable development without closing the inequality gaps. There are political forces that are attempting against our activities, even denying inequality between genders. They deny that in our countries there are millions of mothers that are raising alone all children while parents do not pay for what is needed. Most of these women are busy in informal work trying to be able to pay for food on a monthly basis. There's a denial of the sexual abuse in companies, and women are so excluded in the system that they need to access formal work, or they will not be hired. There is denial in people missing in the different areas because there are still cultural barriers that do not allow that women and societies are inserted in the dynamic aspects of the economy. And also they deny the work that has been done all these years in presenting these inequalities and making them smaller. We should not talk about the time poverty in the region. We have to continue talking about how that poverty is impacting on women, lesbians, bisexual, travesti, trans, and intersex, and how this is even more impacting the ones that are mothers and younger people. And we have to create a joint strategy and establish public policies that will strengthen the autonomy of women, to distribute care and allow them to work in formal and good jobs. And here I have a challenge that is urgent and necessary. We need to defend what we have been able to obtain in the past years. And it is important. We have been able to obtain it with articulation, with decision making process, and with a tool, as just mentioned by my colleagues, which is institutionality. Let us defend institutionality in the gender agenda, because this will obtain budgets and create different types of networks. In our Latin American Caribbean region, it's the only region in the world that works for more than 30 years in a regional gender agenda. We have a roadmap that is quite ambitious and comprehensive to be able to tackle those inequalities and to guarantee women, teens, and young children the access to their right, which is a human right, meaning that for more than 30 years, we are establishing the path in a local fashion through alliances, articulation, projection of the governments, and through the United Nations, international groups, feminist groups, and women from the academia, from the different organizations. And by moving forward in the agenda, this has meant more incidents in the local and international arena. Gender institutionality is not existing in a void. It is working at a regional level. It's with political will. It is working with democratizing our social, political, and economical agenda. Institutionality placed in the midst of it has placed women right in the midst of these discussions and has positioned them as subject of right. And going from beneficiary, they became the main characters. We will not be defending it here. I believe that as a region, we should not go backwards in terms of rights. So, colleagues, never a step backwards. And before ending, I do not want to I want to take the opportunity for peace in Israel and Palestine, solidarity with affected people, especially women and children that are paying with their lives, with their bodies, the costs of war, with the ideologies of these territories. It is women and children that have become the award of this war, but the women of Palestine and Israel have marched defending peace and are together to stop this conflict. Women are not quiet anymore. It is time for those defining strategies of policies, and the world will hear as a regional bloc. We have to be strong and understand that we have been going through wars and terrorism in our countries. We have to say stop to armed conflict. We have to call for peace to recover negotiation aspects in these conflicts. It is important to have a peaceful living with good borders and others. And again, I want to thank you for being here and listening. And I hope this is a wonderful meeting of the regional meeting of Conference on Women in Latin America and Caribbean. Thank you very much to all and welcome. Thank you, Minister Ayelen Macina, Minister for Women, Genders, and Diversity of Argentina. As we were mentioning, the chair lady of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference of Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are now then closing this opening ceremony. And we will now offer the floor to Minister Messina to guide the activities of the presiding officers. So she has the floor. Thank you, Jimena. We will now be adopting the agenda. Delegates, you have in front of you the document that is called Provisional Agenda, and I would like to have for your consideration. If there are no comments, then we have adopted this agenda. Thank you, Minister. I am confirming that there were no comments from the delegations that are connected online. So we will have a small break in the room. Please wait on your seats so the colleagues from ECLAC that will be participating in the panel can be taking their seats.
Si me permite, ministra, continúo.
If you allow me, Minister, continue. According to what we have just adopted, I will be moderating the panel discussion on synergies between the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean and other subsidiary bodies of ECLAC. So as not to be delayed, I would like to mention that in this panel, we will have the participation of our colleagues Javier Mancero, officer in charge of the Statistics Division of ECLAC, Andrea Sangüesa, Environmental Affairs Officer in the Sustainable Development and Human Settlements Division of ECLAC. That will be part of the panel. Simone Cicchini, Chief of the Latin American and Caribbean Demographic Center. We also have Sylvia Saravia, Economic Affairs Officer in Natural Resources Division of ECLAC, and Alberto Arenas, Chief of the Social Development Division of ECLAC. As mentioned, I will be moderating this panel that will be tackling synergies between the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. And and we're always repeating here, is the long-lasting conference here at ECLAC. And we see in this panel the synergy with other subsidiary bodies and NGOs for our institutional architecture here at ECLAC. These meetings are key meetings, and the work done plays an important role in all of the agendas of these conferences, as well as the divisions that they are supported in. It is integrated to the exchanges between the countries. There is a promotion of exchanges in the countries and also contributes in regional progress. This whole logic of the institutional architecture is a key element supported by subsidiary bodies in this year that we are celebrating 75 years. I also would like to highlight that the goals and agreements that come from these conferences and intergovernmental meetings have a very important weight in the work of division and are a central element of these programs that exist. So this morning, it's to have 5 people presenting this work. It is not all of the organizations or subsidiary bodies. We just chosen some key ones that contribute to the regional gender agenda. And I would like to highlight that gender equality and the Society of Care are right in the midst of this priority area for the transformation of the transformational development for the commitment of Buenos Aires that has already been mentioned in this opening meeting. And the colleagues will have maximum of 5 minutes for their presentation, and it will be quite agile. And let's see if we can recover some time that we have lost this morning. To start, then, I would like to invite Javier Mancero from the Statistics Department of LAC to express how he would be describing the intersection between the Statistics Conference of the Americans and the Conference of Women. And it is in this sense that, with an emphasis in the long path of joint work or activity that has been pushing the gender statistics. Javier.
Please, Javier, you have the floor now for 5 minutes. Thank you very much. I'll set my watch to control time. I would like to warmly greet the chair of this meeting and the director of gender affairs and the regional director of UN Women and all the colleagues that accompany us during this event. It is an honor for me to be able to speak to you all today, representing the statistics division, because the director, Rolando Campo, has been unable to be present at this meeting. With regards to this issue, indeed, the Regional Conference on Women and the Statistical Conference of the Americas have a long-standing relationship when dealing with gender mainstreaming in the production of statistics. That is something that we have been working with very actively. But I would first of all like to refer to the most recent meeting of the conference, which was the 12th meeting that took place 2 weeks ago between the 26th and 28th of September. In that meeting, one of the main results was the approval of the guideline for the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in the production of statistics. And that calls upon countries to conduct all necessary efforts in order to include the gender perspective in national statistical systems in order to generate data that capture the persistence and magnitude of gender inequalities in societies. This guideline that was approved is the result of a working group that was established in order to work around these issues in between 2022 and 2023 that concluded its period with the production of such a guideline. And that was submitted in the last meeting of the conference, coordinated by the National Statistics and Geography Institute of Mexico, INEGI of Mexico, and with the Gender Affairs Division of ECLAC, together with the Statistics Division of ECLAC and the Regional UN Women Office. This document has been approved as a regional standard that will enable countries to find concrete guidelines in order to incorporate the gender perspective in each one of the 8 phases of statistical production, and also in the management of statistical systems themselves. At present, the Secretariat of the Working Group and the coordinating country are working on the incorporation of the final documents that were received during the process of the last conference, And in a few weeks' time, that document will be officially edited and translated. In this case, the guideline will also have a supplementary document, an expanded document that will analyze in greater depth the fundamental aspects that were not directly involved in what is regarded as the regional standard, but that includes the conceptual contributions of the Regional Conference on Women historically, and dealing with the issue of economic and physical autonomy and decision making, and the four nodes related to gender inequality, and in addition to reviewing the regulations and the good practices contributed by the countries that comprise the group. In that same resolution, an additional element that was discussed in the meeting and was approved is the new work plan for the new biennium 2024-2025. And here there is a working group that was established in order to generate a whole set of tools enabling the operation and implementation of the guidelines for the mainstreaming of the gender perspective that was forward in this guideline. And we expect to obtain a toolbox that is established in the group's proposal, headed by the INEGI of Mexico, and that will include examples, instruments, forms, processing codes, and so on, that will be made available to the statistical community via a website. Something which is also important within the context of the statistical conference was the launch of the community of practice for the measurement of the society of care. This is a community that falls within the context of what we call the knowledge transfer network. This is a community that is already being established, and they're experts of mechanisms for the advancement of women, national statistics offices, agencies, and government sectors, generally related to the issue of care and gender equality, and likewise academia and civil society organizations. All these stakeholders will be able to exchange experience and knowledge related to the measurement of care in order to contribute to strengthen the production of statistical data for the construction of societies of care in our region. Now, these results that I have mentioned and that emerged within the context of the meeting held 2 weeks ago are, in fact, new milestones in a process that has been in existence for a long time, where we have obtained other documents and other results as a result of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, and that contribute to gender mainstreaming. One was the classification of time use for Latin America and the Caribbean, CAUTAL, and we also had the methodological guideline on the measurement of time for Latin America and the Caribbean, and the presentation of the document breaking down the statistical silence in order to achieve gender equality by 2030. In addition to this, I would also like to mention that the Statistical Conference has incorporated as a mandate for its working groups gender mainstreaming, which is one of the aspects that must be put forward every time we propose a new working group. And for that purpose, we have an advisory group for this issue of gender mainstreaming that accompanies the conference in all these activities. So we are very happy to be able to present this report, and we hope that this will simply be one additional step in this fruitful process of collaboration between both conferences. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Javier Mancero. Thank you for being on time and for summarizing a very extensive agenda that has existed for a long time between the Gender Affairs Division, the conference, and the Statistical Conference, and the SCA, and for highlighting the progress that has been achieved in the measurement of care. Now I'd like to offer the floor to Andrea Sangüesa, who is an Environmental Affairs Officer in the Sustainable Development and Human Settlements Division of ECLAC, a division that is the secretariat of the Escazú Agreement, so that in 5 minutes she can share with us the alignment that exists between the regional gender agenda and the Escazú Agreement. I would like to highlight especially the mentioning the women's and feminist organizations, civil society organizations, and among them the human rights defenders. So, Andrea, you have 5 minutes to talk to us how to make progress around this aspect. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I will also set my watch. Let's move on to the second slide, please. What I am interested in showing you, and thank you very much for the invitation, because the Secretariat of the Escazú Agreement wants we want to be present in as many events as possible so that we can show the synergies that exist with other relevant agendas in the region. Now, in order to benefit from my 5 minutes, I'll move on to a decision that was made in the conference of the parties in order to establish a regional action plan for human rights defenders in environmental issues. This is one of the actions that the 15 member states have entered into, the 15 member states of the Escazú Agreement within that framework. And we also organize annual fora for defenders. And recently, some 10 days ago, we held the second forum in the city, in Panama City. And on the 25th, prior to that, we also entered into an excellent alliance with UN Women, and we organized a workshop to disseminate the Escazú Agreement and make some proposals about concrete actions that should be included in this regional action plan that is being developed at present. And when we analyze the document, the Buenos Aires document, and looking at what this proposed plan contains, I would like to highlight some specific synergies that exist today. Here you find this objective of promoting the gender mainstreaming in national statistics systems. Javier mentioned that. And we will be making a contribution along those lines, because we will have a diagnosis of the situation of defenders that will have this intersectional gender approach, which will indeed become a challenge when we take that into practice. But there is already experience in this sense to analyze the quality of the civic space, the focus of violence, and the differences that exist using this gender approach among the different people that are today environmental defenders. After that, the second aspect of our action plan, which involves 4 aspects. The first one has to do with knowledge. The second one is called recognition. In other words, to recognize this figure, the key role when it comes to the protection of the environment and environmental democracy and so on. And there we can link one of the objectives or the commitments of this Buenos Aires Declaration with 2 specific actions that will be implemented by this plan of action that will be adopted in April of next year. So in 2024, year 2024 will be the year 0 in terms of the implementation of this plan. But we do want to undertake communication and awareness campaigns so that we can disseminate this essential task, and of course a recognition of the contributions made by state to defenders working on sustainable development and environmental democracy, which is the content of Escazú: access to information, participation, and justice. The third part of our plan refers to the strengthening of capacities for the national implementation of the Escazú Agreement. Today, we have 15 states that are committed to this agreement and that are therefore mandated to begin with this national implementation, and how to cooperate between different entities and states for this national implementation. And there are 2 actions. First of all, to have guidelines in order to generate policies and policies and plans that have to do with prevention, protection, participation, and justice with this gender perspective. And in the case of defenders, we're talking of prevention, protection, and response, which is Article 9 of the agreement. And finally, we will also provide training on the agreement aimed at defenders. And there we also wanted to hold this with or conduct this with a gender perspective. The final pillar of this proposal is the follow-up, and there is already a working group coordinated by Chile, Ecuador, and by some St. Kitts and Nevis, and they have the task of promoting this process that has been developed involving the participation of the different groups, and among them, undoubtedly, the women defenders. And the next steps of this plan of action is to systematize the results of the forum, to hold a virtual consultation, and we would like to invite everyone, and we would like to mention that we're available for this. It would be fantastic for countries present here to hold a consultation in their countries, and that they are coordinated with a virtual consultation that will be held by the Escazú Secretariat. We must reach the largest possible number of people, and especially the largest possible number of women defenders who can submit their proposals for this future plan that will be approved in the next COP, which will be held between the 22nd and 24th of April of next year. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrea Sangüesa, as from the Secretariat of the Escazú Agreement, for sharing these priorities and these joint work and between the gender aspect and the Escazú Agreement, which will enable us to advance towards the COP3 meeting. Now, I'd like to introduce Silvia Sarabia from the Economic Affairs Office in the Natural Resources Division of ECLAC, and we would like her to mention the regional conference on women and the summit linked to the issue of water and the key role that women have to play and their relationship with water. Thank you, Jimena. We greet everyone. For me, it's a great honor and a great pleasure to be here with the distinguished authorities working with gender affairs in the region and with our dear colleagues that accompany me in this panel. As Jimena said, will talk about the connection between water and gender within the framework of the Water Summit that was held in New York in the UN offices. I would first of all like to say that that event was historic. Nothing similar to that had happened since 1977. More than 7,000 people took part. There were 500 side events, having received more than 1,500 requests. It involved the participation of 20 heads of states and 120 ministers of different countries of the world. And the objective was to adopt a world agenda for action around water. And in ECLAC, we prepared our regional agenda for action, and I'll share the QR code with you so that you can download it. And this agenda was adopted within the framework of the third regional dialogues on water, where in this same room we brought together more than 200 people, the Vice President of El Salvador, and more than 20 ministers and vice ministers from different from the economy, tourism, housing, and so on, because water is related to many, many aspects, and that is indeed what makes coordination much more challenging. We also had primary students, rural communities, and women's associations present in that meeting. Ideally, within this context, in the dialogues on water, what came to the fore very strongly was a connection between gender and water, and for that event, we prepared a document where we summarized the main gaps that we found in this region with regard to water and gender. And I am sure that when I quickly mention them now, you will all easily identify with them. The first one is access to drinking water, infrastructure and sewage, because when it doesn't exist, it impacts women primarily, their health or education. When you don't have water during birth, during pregnancy, when you don't have education, well, as from ECLAC, we're estimating that when this increases, when the coverage of drinking water and sewage increases by 1%, That leads to an 18% increase in gender parity when it comes to school attendance. And all this subsequently explains why we have these gaps in the labor markets, the lack of water.
Gracias a la división.
And also with regards to use of time, as a result of the gender division, we know how much more women work in unpaid tasks at home. And when they don't have time, they have to devote an enormous amount of time to collect water because they cannot work or study. And the third gap is access to water for agricultural production. 31% of women are the ones that have access or have a connection with land. Well, that involves access to water. And where there is no water, that leads to less production. Again, you cannot ensure production, and without land, you cannot gain access to agricultural insurance and so on. Tremendous advantage for rural women. And the fourth gap has to do with governance. Women are simply not consulted where they're going to place their water well, despite the fact that they are the ones that are going to collect water. They're not consulted about the management of the basin or of the river. To give you a very quick piece of information, in Central America, it is said that less than 30% of the people that have access to water are women. And there we saw some opportunities for action. And this is connected to many of the things that were mentioned during the introduction. And we need budgets that have indicators to measure the impact of gender inequality when you invest in certain sectors. In water, the return is one of the biggest returns. Water is one of the big enablers in order to achieve gender equality. In addition to having the indicators, and we thank the effort that is being done as from statistics, and we have also discussed with our division so that they can make more regional efforts in this aspect. We need to disaggregate that data in terms of the relationship between water and men and women and their use, and programs and capacity building programs. They have always been focused on water. And one of the conclusions of the water dialogues of this year is that this must also focus on men to create that awareness. One meets and men are not present in these awareness creation programs in order to achieve gender equality. We believe that these recommendations are applicable to the water sector, but that may also be applied to other sectors. Well, this regional agenda of action for water, supported by the private sector, the public sector, by civil society, and so on, was taken to the Water Summit in New York. And there we presented this in multiple side events, in dialogues, in the plenary sessions. And I would like to highlight one side event, which was the event on Latin American women united by water. That was the only side event that dealt with that issue. And as for LAC, we have followed the steps taken by that group. And in the next water dialogues that will be held in March 2024, we want the water and gender aspect to be maintained and promoted. And despite the fact that this regional agenda is still being created, it is a live document, and the next dialogues will take that approach to all the authorities that accompany us. And despite the fact that there were 200 people sitting here, there were more than 3,700 people registered for these dialogues, and involving a great participation of civil society and of students, of new generations, of children, of teenagers, of girls and women concerned with how water is going to be managed in our region. And I believe that today we are all aware that the indicator of water stress is very low, and if that is taken at in basins and in rivers where women conduct their daily lives, that is very, very low. So that is of great concern. So our group in LAC is very happy to continue to collaborate and promote that work between water and gender, which are both naturally united.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Silvia Saravia, from the Economic Affairs Officers in Natural Resources Division of LAC. A very interesting presentation about gaps and how we can work through water as an enabler to bridge gaps and make progress towards gender equality. Very interesting presentation because you have mentioned the conference on women, the regional gender agenda, and you connected this with statistics. So we can see the interaction between the different subsidiary bodies and divisions of ECOLAC. Now we will continue with Alberto Arenas, Chief of the Social Development Division of ECLAC. Last week, we had the Social Development Conference in the same room, so I would like to invite Alberto to comment on main results and interaction of this with the gender equality. Thank you so much. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be in this meeting of the presiding officers of Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you for the invitation and engagements from the Genders Division to talk about synergies, the synergies from Regional Conference on Social Development and Regional Conference of Women. Special greetings to the chairs, authorities, delegation of the countries, colleagues, UN bodies, especially UN Women. For the Social Development Division of ECLAC, mainstreaming gender is essential, is part of our work agenda. Part of the topics that we embrace, gender inequalities, are considered essential to the analysis on social protection, poverty eradication, reduction of inequalities, and each of the strategic lines of the divisions, such as pension, health, education, inclusion, policies, and social institutionality, which was the topic that we focused on the conference last this week. This deficit is extended to the public sector and the governments, and deficits of institutionalities put restrictions to reforms and public policies along this line. And we say that this is a key aspect to make progress towards a social, inclusive development. One of the things that I wanted to highlight is that in this regional conference on social development, at the third meeting in Mexico 2019, the member countries, authorities, ministers, and equivalent entities, they approved a regional agenda for social development, which was inclusive. And this agenda consider the principle establishes a Montevideo strategy and look to mainstream gender perspective in each of the different axes, the gender approach, together with racial and ethnic law and rights, and a part of the approaches of this agenda in terms of policy to make progress towards an inclusive gender approach, especially aligned with the sustainable development. And mainstreaming gender in this agenda was as one of the main axes of this agenda. In one of them, we covered the social protection elements, what we call the social protection systems at ECLAC that should be universal, comprehensive, sustainable, and resilient, and also as part of the social inclusion and labor inclusion policies to foster double inclusion and leaving no one behind. Care policies are understood as a social protection element in this regional agenda, and in the action line 1.6, we call upon the social development ministries to include care of the social protection system in line with the instruments as other components of a gender equality perspective, with co-responsibility and making progress in their universalization. So it's indicated there that care policies combine time, resources, services for people who are dependent on others and should be targeting different populations, especially the ones providing care. This highlights the role of the components of social protection elements. From this perspective, we need to make progress in greater articulation between comprehensive care policies and the objective with the other components and instruments of social policies. And this requires to have a cross-sectional view in terms of gender equality, as well as in consolidation of co-responsibility culture for caring. And that means to overcome under a logic that care depend on family networks and women, reinforcing the historical inequalities of gender in the region. And as part of the framework of the construction of these comprehensive and national policies for care in the region, many times they are part of the institutionality of social protection systems in the country, and it's important to make progress in essential things such as the design of that policy. And I would like to highlight that one of the topics that are related to financial sustainability of the national comprehensive policies, including the funding sources on the basis of planning of the resources, because it was said social world should dialogue with the economic world, with the political world. And so that dialogue is extremely important to have in social investment standards. For instance, in the education world, there are standards already defined. In the world of health, there are also a standard defined 6 point of the GDP devoted to primary care. And the childhood also has 10% of the budget of GDP. Culture also has standards in terms of financial resources. Why non-contributive social contribution? We couldn't install some standards for having an open debate with the financial world. And I think that one of the comprehensive policies for care should include those standards. To make progress along that definition is to make progress in terms of financial sustainability of those policies. And in the regional meeting on social development of Latin America and the Caribbean, Jimena said that we had this in this same room. We had 18 countries represented here, and we said the following: the sustainable creation of productive and decent employment, together with social protection systems, which would provide warranty access to policies of caring, ensuring co-responsibility between the state and society, men and women, are essential to get a transformative recovery. These type of policies are essential to make progress towards what we call inclusive social development, with the strategic development of this strategic approach. So the idea is to continue reinforcing these synergies and commitment in line with the different meetings of the regional conference, the presiding office, and also including Buenos Aires Agreement. Thank you. Thank you, Alberto Arenas, Director of the Chief of the Social Development Division, for sharing a synthesis of the last week conference where we talk on social institutionality, and we also put policies on care and social protection at the core of the discussion, together with the pensions funds and the payment gaps that we have there. And I would like to invite Simone Cecchini, Chief of the Latin American and the Caribbean Demographic Center, CELADE, in November from 14 to 16. We are going to have here at the ICLAC and the Presidency of Bolivia, the 5th meeting of the Regional Conference on Population and Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, which celebrates as well the 10 years of the approval of the Montevideo Consensus. And the day 13th is going to be devoted to civil society meeting. And Simone, I would like to give you the floor so you can tell us about the bridges between these connections between these both conferences. Autonomy, reproductive and sexual rights, and these topics are going to be present in these meetings. Thank you, Jimena. Good morning. Special greetings to the ministers, authorities, colleagues, representatives of the civil society from CELADE. We value very much this opportunity for cooperation. The Regional Conference on Population and Development is the newest conference, younger than the Women's Conference, but we approved the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development, which has a lot of connections with the regional gender agenda. First, we have Chapter E on gender equality, which has 19 measures in line with which was greater than the measure that existed before. The two instruments are born in the region, considered one of the most unequal regions in the world. And here from ICLAC, at ICLAC, from the very beginning, inequality, structural heterogeneity in the region has been discussed, and a lot of emphasis has been put on the low productivity and informality. But also these agendas, together with the social development agenda, show how inequalities have historical and cultural backgrounds which go beyond the economic aspects, and especially gender inequality goes back to centuries of exclusion and patriarchal management. And just recently, the matrix of inequality has been developed, rendering account of the multiple inequalities which are crossing each other, and dimensions such as the racial aspect, ethnicity, territorial aspects, migration, and of course, gender inequality. And this matrix put restrictions to the development of our countries, and we recognized in the different instruments, such as the agendas that we're discussing over here, and the chapters of Montevideo Consensus also include this aspect. The implementation of the Montevideo Consensus regional gender agenda are a unique opportunity to service these inequalities, because there are three approaches shared here: the rights, gender, and participation. So to highlight here that effective participation of the citizens in decision-making processes, it's essential. And both instruments, the gender agenda and Montevideo Consensus, were developed and conceived with full participation of civil society, and we are still giving priority to this agenda and its implementation. Of course, as Jimena said, other key elements, common elements between these two agendas is the one related to Chapter E of Montevideo Consensus of sexual health and reproductive health and has to do with the physical autonomy of women. One of the three key elements of women's autonomy highlighted in the regional gender agenda. Physical autonomy of women requires the exercise of sexual and reproductive rights, and this should be recognized as essential services. So we hope that we will never face again what happened during the pandemic, that these rights were postponed. The regional gender agenda and Montevideo consensus are essential to achieve 2030 agenda, SDG 3, a cycle on health, but this goes beyond the 2030 agenda. First, in terms of recognition of the physical autonomy of women, and also the warranty of comprehensive education for sexual aspects, and then, as Alberto said, implementation of comprehensive caring policies. The two agendas, gender and population development, have an operational development. They are not only identifying and reivindicating the rights of women, but they promote and guarantee through public actions and different actions. And in fact, we have specific tools to follow up those instruments, such as the Observatory for Gender Equality Operational Guideline for implementation, follow-up of Montevideo Consensus, and the virtual platform to follow up this consensus. So these tools are very important in the region where we know that there is a deficit in terms of implementation of the same. The gender agenda and Montevideo consensus are essential to demonstrate that the participation of civil society and population is not only necessary, but it's also functional in terms of the design, implementation, assessment, and also to focus on the fact that women, and for the entire population as well, we have the need to promote this comprehensive nature of the caring policy, and not any policy, but recognizing the economic value of the caring and the need to overcome the unequal distribution according to sex, and also the problem of caring the people in need. So synergies are very numerous, but also but they are not always spontaneous. And we need to promote them on purpose. And I would like to highlight the excellent collaboration with the gender division, gender issues division, and Agesmes, and these presiding officers of women and the general regional conferences. We are going to have the presiding office an extraordinary conference to celebrate the 10 years of the Montevideo Consensus here at ECLA from 14 to 15, 13 a special day devoted to civil society. And the conference, we are going to submit a regional document on the progress made, that the countries will submit their national reports. And we're going to have high-level table discussions, panels to talk about sexual and reproductive health, and you are all cordially invited. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Simone Zecchini, Chief of the CELADE, for bringing in these synergies that undoubtedly show how there is tremendous work with both divisions, and also for bringing in physical autonomy of women. We always have to remember that these are the three autonomy of the gender equality observers that for more than 14 years has been carried out by the Gender Affairs Division, together with the support of other agencies and programs in the system. So prior to continuing, Maria Noel would like to express something. Thank you. Just a second, please. I first wanted to congratulate Anna for having hacked the whole of ECLAC in gender issues. So congratulations, Anna. The work that Anna is leading together with a team is wonderful, and we are hearing it here for everything related to ICLAC's topics. So this is really heavenly music to have all of ICLAC working in gender issues. So thank you, Anna, for your leadership. And I would like to, just in a couple of minutes, tell you how we are doing from UN Women supporting all these processes that have been mentioned by the colleagues. And I would like to start with the Panama meeting. Thank you, Ms. Minister. The meeting of the defenders of the environment, defenders of the human rights and environment, more than 50 defenders that have been participating here, and how the Escazú Agreement is taking such an important perspective. And it is something that we have to really be careful, as we have the civil society participating there on a compulsory perspective. So this very first regional plan is so fundamental for us to participate, to have all feminist organizations, the grassroots organizations, indigenous women, the rural women. It is very important that your voice is within this regional plan. And of course, UN Women will be supporting this, and the synergies between Escazú and the regional conference of the women is so fundamental. And I really thank everybody for this. And I would like to mention that this is one of the aspects of the foreign affairs feminine policies in Argentina. So thank you, Marita, for this. And hopefully it will be lying as well in other areas of the foreign affairs activities. It is fundamental for us to defend the defenders of human rights, of maybe that really strong capitalism that does not allow water or Mother Earth to be respected. So it has to be properly aligned with the investment policies and those policies that respect our biodiversity. And I would also like to mention that we have a process that is called Aguas Calientes, Warm Waters. It's a statistical project for more than 23 years, and it occurred in Aguascalientes, so it is in this Mexico area. And it was mentioned that in the national statistics of the region and the different gender entities, we're talking about the different activities here. And one of them was georeference, as it is very important for us to take these big data and georeference in analyzing the intersectionality of gender. It is not enough to talk about gender. We have to go and talk to the different intersection elements. When you were expressing that, those that are related to gender orientation, the disabilities, the Afro descendants, indigenous, we have to really go straight into more detailed results. Otherwise, we are not making those women visible. So I am celebrating that the statistics regional conference is communicated to the Aguascalientes process that is properly integrated. Now, with regard to the social and development and economy division, it is fundamental for us that in the next conference we include in the agenda the topic of care, and not only as a separate element. It has to be the main perspective, this care topic. Why? Because it generates employment, it solves social problems that women are facing, and uh, we believe that the care agenda has to be explicit. And as you were properly expressing, the fundamental aspect is the cost methodologies, because these systems are an investment. They're not a social expense or expenditure. And now with the population conference, I would like to highlight the regional conference that was held in Panama last week on silver economy. It is impressive to see the progress of populations that are over 60 years of age, and it is happening very fast, as in my country, in Uruguay and Panama, and we have to really take care of the needs of women. It is important then that this is tackled, and water. For us, the environment strategy, climate change, and gender is a fundamental aspect. We need that consultation and that work group be able to have all the feminist groups, especially grassroots, rural, and indigenous groups. And of course, UN Women can be supporting it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Baeza. I would like to invite Minister Orellana, Antonia Orellana from Chile, for her comment on this panel of the presentations that we have heard. So, Minister, you have been acknowledged. Thank you, and good morning to all. I would first like to thank the invitation as a commentator for this panel, which is so relevant for the work that we are carrying out as a country. You are used to, for me, not working under protocols. So talking about climate crisis, women, and I would like all of you to invite us to the Constitución Square right in front of the of La Moneda. We have an amazing fair of women that are presenting things, all that have been affected by the climate crisis. Now, having said this, having something that we have been wanting to consider in our ministry is the gender issues with the development of new strategies, continuity, and strengthening of what is coming from the equality plans that are current or enforced as of 1996. So we are really valuing that the perspective of gender is considered in all of the areas of LAC and the United Nations system in a whole. So according to this priority, we would like to highlight that Chile signed the first cooperation framework for sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean that is considering the gender pillar as such, and it is included there. Together with this, we believe it is important to delve into how the United Nations system, especially ICLAC, is talking to other areas in the hemisphere focused in cooperation and development, such as the OAS or the Inter-American Group of Women have been talking about the about women, children, and all organizations have created these models with key standards in regional matters. So it is 30 years where we have the Belém do Pará Convention that is still a horizon for our country and many others that are all articulated to the gender agenda that we have been able to talk about, not only here, but in Buenos Aires, Panama, and others. The Belém do Pará Convention is a reference framework, but we have to collectively tackle the multiple crises and work in synergy with the peace agenda and security. And it has been emphasizing security from the feminist perspective. This articulation have the potential to establish responses in the area of women, and it is something that has been promoted by our group in the to be able to precisely express, as our minister chair lady was expressing, to be able to work together with these agendas. So there was a very first perspective placed in women in wars, and the resolutions have been increasing what the agenda is in women, peace and security, as women being able to build peace, to condemn sexual abuse as a mechanism of war, the perspective of the gender from a feminist perspective, and from the SIM, we have proposed to incorporate leadership of women and incorporating them in crisis. It is not enough with the state interventions or of the intergovernmental organizations. The multilateral activity needs to be placed from actions and practices that women and base organizations are doing to confront crisis in borders or maybe areas that are subject to organized crime, and areas where all these crises are really expressing the perspective of women. It places an emphasis in the articulation together with the civil society, especially when we are almost ready to be celebrating 30 years with the Beijing platform. Another synergy and that I would like to highlight are challenges such as coordination of our regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the statistics conference of the Americas with the organizations for the advancement of women in the region, so as to identify the gender gaps and be working in public policies on this. In Buenos Aires, we had the document presented, which was to break the statistical silence. And it is highlighted that the Montevideo strategy identifies the gender issues as a fundamental axis for the implementation of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. The statistical information with a gender approach in Latin America and the Caribbean is being able to show the equitable possibilities for the different activities, but also the state activities that are the basis that are dominating all these. And the production of statistics that are gender-based is a fundamental aspect in continuing with commitments, not only to strengthen this articulation, but our own local rapporteur. And in Montevideo, that is celebrating 10 years, there are agreements and commitments of the party states with the agenda that is far developed in terms of the sexual and reproductive rights that sometimes seems to be not nice to comment. So there have to be also budgets that are gender sensitive, and to establish transformation areas. The agendas and the consensus acknowledge that there is gender inequality in the distribution of unpaid housework, and it calls for the responsibility of the state, the private sector, community, families, men and women to be participating in the care system. So we have to continue existing in the region where the struggle for maintenance, it takes so many efforts of our national gender mechanisms that to insist on the privatizing speech of you deal at home with this, it's saying nothing to those women that are heads of household. They are not able to share that burden with anybody. So the intergovernmental groups signed the Santiago Declaration in 2022, establishing that including older people in policies and programs is a key element to move towards an area of more inclusion. Today is the Girls' Day, and as we have a challenge of including them in a conversation, we also have the challenge of incorporating older women. The feminism of older women, as it is expressed in some areas, is a challenge to us, not because of inclusion, but because of a democratic reasonability, as it is most of them. And I also would like to thank this space, but I would not have to be able to comment on a consensus for our 65th meeting of the presiding officers. Today, I am focused in the situation of Lorena Garkovich that has been abducted by Hamas, and we want her freedom together with women and children that have been abducted in this conflict that once again is expressing the impact of the structural activities in the life and bodies of women. So I want to incorporate a call for peace in the war conflicts that the world is going through nowadays. As of the year 2000, when we were mentioning, the United Nations established a binding element in four critical aspects in situation and instability, as well as in the political transition. And I am talking about the 1325 resolution that is the first step to create that peace and security. And I want to highlight the resolution 2493, understanding which is the role and contribution of civil society, including organizations of women and girls, and the 2467 agreement establishing the sexual violence in situations of conflict and post-conflict and illicit trade of natural resources, as we were expressing in terms of articulation. Not long ago, Michael Link, Special Rapporteur on the situations of human rights in the occupied territory, 1967 in Palestine, expressed that the control situations is affecting justice and called upon Israel to stop any practices that mean collective punishment of those groups. In the report in the 48th period of the United Nations, Link expressed that the systematic violations of fundamental guarantees of Palestine are harming millions of innocent people, and the only thing that they're obtaining is to create conditions to increase violence. In these days, we have seen an extreme effect of the acute element of violence with a number of insensitive images on bodies of women. In the 15th conference, you might remember the call of the situations of human rights defenders in Nicaragua. And nowadays, we really need to generate a consensus to request the freedom of all women and girls that have been abducted and an end to collective damage. As Gabriela Mistral said, that this is for America, that pacifism requires courage. Courage is placing in us a need that cannot be static, and let us express it every day wherever we're going until it creates a body and creates a peace activity with a purifying activity. Terrorism is a violent act perpetrated by individual groups that cause terror in the civil society. It is terrorism, what we have seen, what has been holding our citizen with everybody. All of us are expecting for her freedom. Chile has many times expressing, and we have been saying, that there's a need to consider urgent means to move the international community to tackle the situation and to find a fair issue in Palestine in all its aspects.
Likewise, we have mentioned that all actions where the objective, the indiscriminate objective is civilians, is unjustifiable and is a violation of humanitarian rights and is to be repudiated by the international community. Our country has stated in all multilateral fora that it condemns this new escalate of violence in the Middle East, the unproportionate use of violence by Israel in densely populated areas, and likewise the wave of terror deployed by Hamas against civilians. Actions so that, as we have seen, have a disproportionate impact upon women and children. We urgently summon parties to comply with their international obligations when it comes to protecting the civilian population. The attack against civilians both in Gaza and in Israel violate international humanitarian law and may be considered war crimes. The international community and us as ministers of national mechanisms have the ethical duty to promote this idea. And as presiding officers, I hope we can act jointly to end the structural violence that impacts women and children here and throughout the world. And that as such, and I quoted Gabriela Mistral, that in all our spaces, we become militants for peace. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, ministra Antonio.
Thank you, Minister Antonia Orellana, for your presentation. And we respond to what you have said and support that because it's aligned with paragraph 38 of the Buenos Aires Commitment, and therefore that is a language that has been agreed on. And we thank you for your presentation, Minister. And now,
Human Services and Social Security of Guyana. We have Minister Vindaya Persaud connected. Welcome, Honorable Minister. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, panelists, delegations from various countries, and all the international and Asian agencies. Good morning, and thank you for offering me the opportunity to comment this morning. I'm not sure if you're getting me clearly. Okay, seems so. So based on the presentations, I would like to compliment everyone for their presentations and for spending time on key elements and aspects as it relates to our various meetings, our various committees, and our various platforms where we are looking at how we can address gender equality, the 2030 agenda, and how we can do this nationally and collectively. I would like to say that it is very important that statistical data is reflective of the region holistically, and I'm very interested in the fact that statistical data would be something that is focused on, but more importantly, that the tools will be shared across the region so that countries can implement some of the tools within what they're doing in their countries. In fact, Guyana has taken gender mainstreaming very seriously. We are committed to doing much work on gender mainstreaming within our own country, and we are looking at how gender mainstreaming can be applied to various sectors, and also how gender mainstreaming can impact on policies, legislation, and to continue to narrow the gender gap. We've seen in 1 year Guyana move up significantly on the gender index, and I think that is because of our government's commitment in all of our sectors to ensure that there is representation, there is participation, there is the importance of having women at every decision-making level nationally. And I think that is something, if we want to achieve what we want to achieve, it is important for the political will and for government's commitment to many of these things. Globally, there is crisis, and we do know that women, girls, children are most affected by horrific instances of violence and abuse. And I join with everyone to work towards whatever we can to assuage the hurt to women and girls, today being International Day of the Girl, and to recognize that we do have much work to do going forward to ensure our girls participate effectively, nationally, as well as regionally in every sphere and every aspect as we work towards gender parity and equality. I want to specifically speak to the presentation of Alberto Arenas de Mesa in this forum, because I think he touched on very critical aspects, many of which we are still struggling with regionally when it comes to gender-based violence, when it comes to empowerment of women, and now with the onslaught of climate change and what's doing to various countries, to refer to the presentation on water and how it will affect women and girls significantly going forward, as with the intensity of climate change, many countries are affected in terms of what is happening with access to water. I also want to say food security is something we ought to look at, and Guyana being very much on the forefront with food security and climate change, we are looking at how women could be more integrally involved as frontliners, as advocates, as spokespersons, and also in the economic development in all of these areas. Our low carbon development strategy, which is groundbreaking in Guyana, speaks to the preservation of our forests and how our forests can be used to provide for communities, specifically hinterland indigenous communities, which will also take into that context the women who constitute these communities, women in rural communities who will benefit from the investment made into maintaining our forests and how that can be used to develop village economies. I spend time on this because empowerment of women is very, very important. And I believe that governments should have a gender lens on in literally every decision that is made. And the government of Guyana has done that significantly in all of the various areas, whether it deals with housing, whether it deals with water, whether it deals with access to finance, whether it deals with entrepreneurship, leadership. Government of Guyana has been doing it. And I want to pay emphasis specifically to empowerment at this forum because the government of Guyana, through the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, has invested significantly in the empowerment of women. We have managed to train women using virtual and in-person formats to empower thousands of women. Over 10,000 women would have been empowered through this investment by government, not only investing in their development and empowerment, but also ensuring that they have the ability to move forward after training into entrepreneurship, into employment, and in that whole network, paying attention to women who are living with disabilities. So these are some of the populations that we need to pay attention to when we speak on the broader basis of policy and how regionally we can look at ensuring that nationally the regional intent is translated into action. I also would like to look at the nexus that exists between Latin America and the Caribbean in this platform, and to say that we also need to pay attention to the peculiarities of the Caribbean. And while we work synergistically for the common goals, look at the areas in the Caribbean in particular that may differ, that may require more attention, more investment, and definitely more discussion in many of these platforms. And I would like to also say that a lot of the expertise, tools, and resources should be also given to the Caribbean in a different way, maybe in terms of their national requirements. And it might be useful to have a more focused, targeted discussion with the Caribbean to see how our varying agendas, our varying states of progress and development as it relates to gender-based issues can be brought into the conversation a little more so that we can bring that snapshot into a lot of these discussions that we're having. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of the sharings of the tools that were mentioned in some of the presentations. I'm looking forward to seeing some more papers and presentations reflecting that part of it. And I'm also looking forward to having more pointed and targeted discussions on new and emerging areas, especially when we look at connectivity, we look at ICT, and we look at how that's impacting on this entire conversation and how it's able to bridge gaps. And I'm also interested in looking at how, as all of us participating in these discussions, international resources, funding resources can contribute more significantly to sustainability of programs in countries that have been started and that may continue to languish because of continuity of funding. Now, I want to also highlight the Spotlight Initiative that has been very successful in Guyana, and this is an area where I've seen that kind of investment, that kind of approach where sustainability is built into what we want to achieve nationally. So that intention was there from the outset. And I want to really recognize the UN and the EU for the Spotlight Initiative and the Spotlight Initiative across the region and in Guyana, and how it has impacted significantly on a key issue of gender-based violence. So as we continue the discussion, it is my hope that we will continue to have moments like these where we look at these key issues and the care economy as well, fully understanding the impact of women in the care economy and how we can look at newer more creative, more impactful models of integrating women into the care economy, ensuring they're compensated significantly in the care economy, and that their contributions are recognized through studies so that we can definitely make sure that the holistic image is looked at. Once again, thank you for affording me these comments. And unfortunately, I may have to leave because I do have another engagement, but I really want to say thank you to all of you. And I look forward to us having more healthy discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Professor, for your comment on this session. Muchas gracias a todas y todos por su
Thank you very much, everyone, for your presentations. I would like to briefly mention that in addition and in a coordinated fashion, together with the work of subsidiary entities and intergovernmental meetings over the past few years, and based on the 2030 agenda, what emerged as a result of the 700 resolution in Mexico, the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean Countries on Sustainable Development. And what emerged was this annual meeting this month. It took place. We held the sixth meeting chaired by Argentina, which is one of the important meetings of ECLAC because it's a regional space for the exchange between countries that promote interaction, the exchange between peers, learning or lessons between peers. And one of those institutional spaces is a space for civil society through its own mechanisms. And so what all colleagues of the different divisions have mentioned is integrated, and we work around that in the country for in order to leave no one behind, as someone said. I believe we have run out of time, but if maybe we could open up the floor for interventions by country delegations, then we would certainly ask you to have make very concise presentations because we're running out of time. So we'll draft a list of those here that are present here, and if we have requests from delegations that accompany us online, if we have any delegations online that wish to speak, please raise your hand. No, Chair, it doesn't seem that anybody wishes to speak, and thus, if you agree, perhaps we could continue with our program. Thank you very much. We will now have a brief 15-minute break for those that are online. Please continue to be connected, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to ask delegations to sit where the photographer wants you to be, and we'll do the same thing with online delegations. We still have to listen to Paola Flores, who has just asked for the floor. So we'll listen to her after the break. Thank you.
Le rogamos a las delegaciones acomodarse. Vamos a tomar la foto con las banderas en el fondo. Pedimos, por favor, les agradecemos a las delegaciones acomodarse en las filas que dan la espalda a las banderas para tomar la foto oficial. Les agradecemos irse acomodando en las diferentes filas. Las 3 filas van a aparecer en la foto, así no se preocupen si quedan un poco apretadas en la primera o en la segunda.
Les pedimos, por favor, tomar sus ubicaciones.
If you could please be seated, we will continue with the presiding officers meeting.
Okay. Ministra Paola Flores de Ecuador, por favor, adelante.
Muy buenos días con todas y con todos. Quiero extender un cordial saludo a todas y
No podemos escucharla, tiene su micrófono apagado.
Your microphone is off.
está encendido. ¿Se me escucha?
Ahora sí la escuchamos, adelante.
Muy buenos días con todos y con todas.
Good morning, all.
Un cordial saludo
I would
a
like
todos
to greet
ustedes desde el Ecuador.
all of you from Ecuador on behalf of the national government and in representation of the President Guillermo Lasso Mendoza, and to wish you a successful 65th meeting of the presiding officers of the regional conference women, especially because nowadays what we has gathered us here together is important and requires of tremendous commitment by the countries to reach gender equality, but also to guarantee human rights of women in all their diversities and throughout the cycle of life. Therefore, it is for this reason that we approve today with this national government the organic law to prevent and eradicate violence against women that started with a process of progress in many different axes. First, the creation of the Ministry of Women and Human Rights, and also to have a budget through two projects, the project of investment of 17 million, which is to improve the care to women that have suffered gender violence through the violence centers that will be taking care of women that are in this situation of violence, and that by the end of this year, the year 2023, we will have 13 of the 24 centers that have been programmed up to the year 25, one for each province of Ecuador. And the second project that we have has a budget of 12 million to work, especially in the prevention axis and in preventing violence against women. This is how we have been able to implement strategies in the proper use of free time for 60,000 children and teens that have been sensitized to this project up to the year 25. There is also work done to strengthen the recently created Ministry of Women and Human Rights through quality management activities under the parameter of the International ISO 2015, and certifying the cost of the services that we have through the violence centers. Implementation of public policy has progress into the national plan of prevention and eradication of violence against women 2020-2030, and thus be able to monitor and follow up of this plan. Another advancement is the National Council for Gender Equality, where in a participatory fashion, the agenda was created for 2021-2025 agenda, and for the LGBTQI community, which is an effort to for a cross-cutting approach of gender throughout the state. It's a cross-cutting right, and it is care. From the legislation perspective, there was a law that came in force where it is a fundamental right for care or self-care and to be taken care of with the compliance of other rights, such as the parental co-responsibility and other types of care. It is also expressed that the state will guarantee public services accessible, permanent, and enough of the quality for people that are exerting the right to care. In these issues of care, the ministry is moving forward to improving the capacities of Ecuadorian families and especially in the protection of prevention of violence. The policy of this ministry is determined to articulate the initiatives related to eradication of violence, such as the right of reestablishing life projects of those that have been affected by violence. Poverty in any of its shapes or representations. And I would like to end by expressing my commitment and the commitment of our government to build the conditions for equality for women and to express that you have Ecuador here to be part of the agreement and will be able to sustain equality in the region. And we are also adding ourselves to the call for peace as women and girls are being affected throughout the world. Thank you very much. Thank you, the delegate of Ecuador. We will now hear from the delegation of Cuba. And we remind you to be as brief as possible. Special greetings to the Executive Secretary of the LAC, Regional Director of UN Women, and the Minister of Argentina, the ministers and authorities of the different organizations of the intergovernmental activities, civil society, and others. I would first like to thank on behalf of Cuba the technical assistance received by the Gender Affairs of LAC to the presentation of the Cuban Observatory in Gender Equality in the past month of June. A plan that is gathering together, processing indicators, and analyzes information from a gender perspective and rights related to the position of women and men in the society to strengthen the public policies, all directed to closing the gender gaps. This, of course, responds to commitments subscribed in the gender regional agenda that was started in the first regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean almost 46 years ago. The Cuban state is establishing the development of women and ensures the exercise of its sexual and reproductive rights, protects them from gender violence. In the past, in 2019, the approval of the Constitution of the Republic, it was strengthened in Article 43 that it is expressing the gender equality in men and women at political, social, and any other areas to be able to foster policies for equality as a priority in Cuba. The national program for the advancement of women is considering gender equality in an effective fashion, the political nature of our country, and the equality and inclusion of women and men are fundamental aspects in moving forward in our society. In the past 2 years, we have been strongly working in updating legislation in Cuba to have a theoretical practical guideline of the gender approach and prevention in the legal aspect has been fundamental. We're celebrating the recent approval and publication in the official gazette in Cuba of the protocol of actions when there is discrimination, violence, or abuse in the labor area. Very important step in implementing the national program for the advancement of women and the strategy for prevention of gender participation and the family scenario. This responds to the commitment subscribed, and we were expressing it had an important milestone in the creation of the first conference. It is not enough to have international instruments approved in the transformation of reality of millions of women in the region, but there should be a real political view for its implementation. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Cuban delegate. We have now finished with the participations. Thank you, dear delegates. We will continue with our agenda now. It is the time of hearing the report on the regional fund and support of women's and feminist organizations and movements. And later on here, if half of the delegations that is interested in participating in direct meeting of this fund, I will start because it's from Argentina, the last regional station. I would like to greet all authorities, representatives of the civil society, organizations of women or feminists, and the representatives of United Nations and intergovernmental organizations participating in this segment of the meeting. We are very happy to meet together to follow up to the regional fund in support of women and feminist organizations movements initiative that is a result of the cooperation between the women's organizations and the government of the region in the framework of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean and the support of the United Nations system. Currently, when seeing the cascade crisis of the region, it is fundamental to acknowledge and consider all the main roles that the women's and feminist movements have in the creation of egalitarian societies and the promotion of a care society. The organizations and movements, such as the regional networks, have played a fundamental role in the promotion of egalitarian society by advancing in areas crucial for the autonomy of women in Latin America and the Caribbean. As you all know, the creation of the regional fund and support of organizations, women's and feminist organizations in Latin America and the Caribbean has been a commitment that from the regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean and the presiding officers. This initiative that is quite novel in terms of the approach of multi-sectorial funding has the purpose to support organizations and women's and feminist organizations in Latin America and the Caribbean. The main approach is to support those organizations and movements, and its vision is to tackle the structural inequalities and advance towards gender equality and autonomy of women. It is important to highlight that thanks to the voluntary contributions of Mexico and UN Women, we were able to hold the first call for the regional fund between November 2021 and January 2022. This call received a total of 258 requests from 23 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean and allowed to support the work of 18 organizations of women and feminists in the region during 2022. In this very first call, we highlighted the main results obtained by the organizations and groups of women and feminists, and the participating groups strengthened the communications, purchase of equipment, and strengthening in the management of data and the use of technological tools. It is important to highlight in the 64th meeting of the presiding officers of the regional meeting of women, Colombia expressed its will to contribute to the regional fund, and thanks to its support and UN Women, we are considering the launch of a second call for organizations of women and feminists in November 2023. In his presentation, the representation of UN Women as a manager will be detailing information later on. And with regard to the governance of the regional fund, I would like to highlight this is a guiding a group that with representatives of governments and representations, networks, and to women's and feminist groups as well as the LAC. It also has a secretariat that is compiled by representatives of governments and women, together with the regional group of UN Women, that is the manager of the regional fund. In the 64th meeting of the presiding officers, we considered the incorporation of Colombia and Mexico to the presiding officers of the fund as participants in this meeting, led by Argentina in its quality of chairman of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Therefore, we are calling other interested countries in participating the presiding officers to please report it in interventions of the delegations or statements by delegations. So now I would like to give the floor to Cecilia Alemani, the Regional Director of Gender Equality, UN Women for the Americas and the Caribbean, to present the report of Regional Office of the Americas and the Caribbean for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women in its quality of the manager of the fund. And Cecilia, you have been acknowledged. It is an honor to be here in this room together with all of the brilliant women that we have in this room, specifically the Secretariat and the, and I was missed. And in terms of the regional fund, we'll give the information that is related to the calls and the fund, and I will return the floor to the chair lady later on. As we have been expressing earlier, the fund holds presiding officers, as it was expressed by the chair lady of the conference and the secretariat, including representative of governments and organizations of women and feminists that we'll be hearing later. And in equality are here. The first seed fund was constituted from the first call last year through contribution of the government of Mexico through the National Institute of Women that we thank that are here in the room as well as remotely and UN Women. And we also presented earlier that that very first call really had tremendous responses, 258 applications of women and feminists in the 23 countries. There were 17 allocated. And these organizations already implemented these donations, and we have reported this earlier. And now the work that we have done jointly with the participants of the fund is to identify how we receive more contributions and toward to the second call that we hope to carry out before the end of the year. This second call has a contribution of the government of Colombia, and we would like to acknowledge and thank here. That would be the second contribution of a government member of the regional conference and a contribution of UN Women. And we, within the regional conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, we have been able to express contributions received by the European Union, and we from Luxembourg, a regional so you have a component of small donations that can dealt with through the regional fund, allowing us to ensure seed funds for the second call, third call, and the fourth call, meaning that we will have for the first time a horizon of seed funds for the following. So we can be nurtured from resources of other party states and other participants for development. It allows us to have a basis of grants of dollars that will contribute as a seed form for the 3 years. And of course, we are requesting governments in the region that are already supporting, such as Mexico, and Colombia, and second, to continue supporting us from the region with these seed funds. So the fund really can reach grassroots organizations. We are discussing with the organizations of the civil society to increase these donations as they're very small donations. And if these seed contributions that can come from the resources of the United Nations and also government from the region, we really hope are supporting. And of course, there's a role to work together as a member of the presiding members offices or a cooperation agency have been maturing throughout the years and have this approach with the South. I should be able to participate in the regional fund, which is a participant uh, multi-participant view. And with this, I end my participation. We want to thank Cecilia Limar from UN Women. The report she just presented, and we would like to invite also participants of the member of the Coalición Nacional de Mujeres del Ecuador, so representative of the feminist organizations. She is virtually connected, and you have been acknowledged.
Thank you, Minister. Dear Ayelen Macina, Minister for Women, Genders and Diversity of Argentina, Chair of the Regional Conference, dear authorities of the Regional Conference, dear Ana Wesma, Director of the Gender Affairs Division of ECLAC, and Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director of UN Women, dear colleagues from organizations and movements of feminist organizations and Latin America and the Caribbean. May the presiding officers receive the warm greetings of the representatives of networks and organizations that are part of the presiding office and the technical secretariat of the Regional Fund for the support of women's and feminist organizations and movements known as the Regional Fund. This innovating initiative that we have been working on and that has been jointly promoted by everyone, as was just said, feminist and women's organizations, as occurs with civil society organizations in general, do not have an easy task nowadays. We suffer from political persecution, administrative and financial persecution by those that do not want to hear other voices than their own and that are afraid of what is different and that are afraid of change, of inclusion, and that do not respect diversities. And for that reason, having heard you all, having heard all the interventions, we want to highlight that the commitment of feminist and women's organizations at a regional and global level, and for many decades now, is indeed something that has enabled the participation of civil society to become a key tool for the advancement of the rights of women. And this occurs both in our countries and at a regional and global level. And continuing with changes in legislative frameworks and with the implementation of public policies of national women's mechanisms at the highest hierarchical levels, the allocation of budgets and so on. The truth of the matter is that we have pursued a task of exerting influence, and we have moved things ahead towards equality. And we want to remember the approval of several mechanisms, such as the Beijing Platform, the Plan of Action of El Cairo, the regional and gender agenda that has been mentioned on several occasions this morning, the Montevideo Consensus, the general recommendations of the Senao Committee, among many other instruments such as the Belém do Pará Convention and the follow-up mechanism. So we must also state that participation that we have achieved involves various institutional consultation mechanisms, both in the Regional Women's Conference and in the CSW and in the international and regional conferences on population and development. The Regional Fund is indeed a joint initiative that began to be produced in the 12th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean that was held in 2013. It's an initiative of governments that participated in the Regional Women's Conference and of organizations and of women's and feminist organizations and movements in the region involving the agencies of the UN system, especially UN Women and the Gender Affairs Division of ECLAC. As from 2018, we have been working on the consolidation of the fund together with the Secretariat. And we have been especially active in the definition of its structure, of its operation, of its governance, of the management and mobilization of resources, decision-making processes, also in the definition of criteria to the summons and in the selection of organizations that presented themselves to that summons. We also participated in the design of the graphics of the funds. We have also heard about the first summons with scarce resources. We expected more. We had over $170,000, and we were able to support, or we chose rather, 18 initiatives to be supported. Part of our work has involved the the mobilization of resources, exerting influence on UN entities with the European Union and with other cooperation entities from Europe and also at an international level. And this is something that we have coordinated with UN Women and with the Gender Affairs Division of ECLAC. Internally, as a feminist civil society organizations, were presently renewing part of the team that was elected within the framework of the Third Regional Conference on Population and Development that was held in Lima in 2018. We have agreed that for the sake of sustainability and for the historical memory of the regional fund, we require that part of the members should continue, and that is what we have defined and what we will define in November during the feminist meeting of Latin America and the Caribbean. That is when we will change the respective authorities. We would like to benefit from this very important moment of the presiding officers to thank the government of Mexico for its contribution to the fund during the first round, and likewise to express our gratitude to the government of Colombia for its contribution, which is ready for the second round. What we look forward to is for the fund to multiply its resources in a sustained manner. And thus, we call upon ministers and the highest authorities of the region that form part of the presiding officers to enter into the commitment of using mechanisms within their governments so that they may obtain regular contributions in order to strengthen the fund and achieve annual summons. Let us remember that the first summons was in 2021 and the second one will be in 2023. And despite the fact that we do have a certain amount of resources, they are simply not enough. In this sense, we wish to call upon UN system entities and other international cooperation funds that monitor the work of the fund and of the regional Conference on Women to become active collaborators of this very important process. The major task of complying with SDG 5, the achievement of the regional gender agenda for the achievement of equality as a horizon for development, places the recognition for women's rights and the full exercise of their autonomy and of equality as central aspects. But if we do not acknowledge and if we do not support their key role as mobilizing and catalyzing entities, as from the local level, as from indigenous grassroots movements, or Afro-descendants, or lesbians, or women with all their diversities and in all territories in our hemisphere. In consequence, we again summon you all so that you can speak to the ministers and to the authorities that form part of the presiding officers to establish how the governments are going to support the fund, because our goal, our objective is to have an annual invitation, an annual summons in this sense. Thank you. We thank Rocío Rosero, representing the Organization of Women and Feminists, for her presentation. Now we'll open up the floor for statements by delegations. I would like delegates to speak for no more than 2 minutes so that we can entertain all interventions. And with the support of the Secretariat, we will produce the list. Please lift your country sign if you're in the room, or to raise your hand if you're connected online, and to write the name of the country you represent in the chat box.
No registramos, ministra.
Okay, no ministers wish to speak. Oh, no, we have just received one.
Okay. Adelante, México.
Please go ahead, Mexico. Good morning. I would like to read some questions written by Dr. Marin Gassman, who has not been able to be with us face to face, and she is connected online during this meeting. Good morning, everyone. I sincerely greet all participants, and I would like to also express my gratitude for the excellent work conducted by the technical team of the fund. As a result, we successfully held our first summons, enabling us to support 18 organizations from 10 countries in the region. For the government of Mexico, with great satisfaction, we have formed part of the presiding officers of the regional fund that has been able to support and strengthen the important task of women's feminist women's movements and organizations from our countries and the region. As has been said, we cannot forget about the fact that it is precisely feminist movements that have catalyzed actions to promote gender equality and social justice, both at a local and global level. Most of these organizations have limited resources and that are insufficient to conduct their work in favor of the rights of women with their whole diversity. And thus, in addition to congratulating Colombia for the contribution that it will make, I would like to invite countries to continue to collaborate with the regional fund that provides the opportunity to reinforce the development of the institutional framework of organizations and movements, and thus strengthens its results, efficacy, and impact upon the feminist agenda in the region. Contributing to this regional fund implies guaranteeing the participation of women and their representation as protagonists of state actions. In the government of Mexico, headed by President José Manuel López Obrador, we will continue to promote the fact that our domestic and foreign policy is feminist, because we coincide with the main desires of the organizations of our countries and of the region, and because we want to achieve fair societies that are fairer and more equitable without leaving anyone behind or outside. Thus, we acknowledge the support for the regional fund as a support for women's and feminist movements in the region to achieve substantive equality and to overcome inequality gaps. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
We thank the intervention by Mexico, and now we offer the floor to Colombia. Eliana Valencia, please go ahead. Good morning to everyone. We convey our fraternal greetings as from the national government headed by Mr. Gustavo Petro and Vice President and Minister of Equality, Elena Marquez Mino. As mentioned by the Secretary in his opening words, we celebrate the progress and creation of government entities for the equality of women in all countries of the region, and of course, in our case, the creation of the Ministry for Equality, which is the Ministry for Women in charge of Dr. Diana Gomez, that will coordinate public policies, programs, and initiatives to guarantee the rights of Colombian women in all their diversity. This, among others, is one of the main initiatives of our government so that Colombia can become a world power in terms of life, as we have established, and that this power is understood as from the value of recognizing diversity and overcoming gaps between men and women in one of the most unequal countries in the region. In this sense, the Colombian state, and aligned with SDG 5, has made progress in public policies that promote gender equality for the incorporation of this approach in planning and in national budgets, responding to the international ideas and to what this conference has established. We have created a gender tracer that is applicable to all national entities, and which is also applicable at a territorial level as from next year. And this tracer has information about 23 different sectors and 40 odd entities at a national level that enables us to monitor the budgeting and the use of resources aimed at overcoming gaps between men and women in 5 categories: so economic autonomy and access to assets, participation in decision making, health and sexual and reproductive rights, education and access to new technologies, and the right to a life free of violence. In order to continue to contribute to this, our entity, the National Planning Department, and UN Women, with the support of the Canadian Embassy, has entered into an alliance that is called Budgets for Equality. This alliance, through the experience of UN Women at a global level, technical assistance at high levels in certain levels of national governments to departmental authorities and also municipal authorities. In addition, this has involved the participation of civil society accompanying 80 women's organizations at a national and territorial level so that they may exercise that they may exert influence on the development of public policies and budgets that impact or positively transform the lives of women and contributes to overcoming these gaps. Our pathway is Gomez 48, which is the public policy, the gender equality policy towards the sustainable development of our country. And this it applies to all government entities and establishes a pathway that strengthens the economic autonomy, political participation, organizational strengthening, the guarantee of sexual and reproductive rights, and the prevention of violence, peace and security for women in Colombia. And this on top of the provisions that we have in our national development plan, Colombia World Power of Life. And this is what will establish a pathway so that the government of Colombia can make progress in guaranteeing the rights of all women. To conclude, and as has already been mentioned, in this government, we are paying a debt of almost 23 years that we have with young women and girls. And as from the national and the Security Council of the UN, and through the resolution 1325, we are participatively building the first program for women's participation in Colombia. And this plan will be the result of the task conducted by many organizations for many years, and likewise feminist platforms that now become a reality in a committee to promote this. And this plan will be a milestone because of its participative construction and because it includes the ethical approach, the intersectional approach. It will also include the environmental dimension and take into consideration the reality of territories. It will be a plan that is based on human and feminist security and intends to establish the plurality of all territories, where we include the vision of rural women, of young women, of disabled women, of urban women, those that live in border territories, those that signed the peace process, victims, women in the diaspora, Black, Afro descendants, indigenous, and lesbian, bisexual, and trans, and also other women that have been deprived of their freedom. And we would also like to express our solidarity with the of in calling for world peace, considering that women and children are the most strongly impacted in all armed conflicts. And we express our gratitude for the efforts of all women in territories, organizations, officials, and representatives that help us to promote a change that, in principle, we have said that must be done with involving women, or it simply won't happen. Thank you very much. Thank you for the intervention of Colombia. And now we move on to Panama. You have the floor. Good afternoon, Chair. We would like to, first of all, thank ECLAC for the excellent welcome to all delegations and guests, and for UN Women for their permanent accompaniment. Our gratitude for them also. And we would also like to congratulate the report submitted by the Regional Fund for the organization for feminist women's organizations and movements. We believe that that is tremendously important, aware that within the budgets, well, the last budget that is normally established or the contributions that are made are aimed at women.
These initiatives create empowerment of the movements which are struggling on daily basis with little resources, but with a lot of strength. Congratulations to the countries which are participating here, and we would like to suggest that we have Chile, Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, but we consider important also that we could have someone from Central America and the Caribbean in the board of directors. And so to do this, equitable and participatory. So that's what I wanted to say now, to take into account the participation of a country from Central America or from the Caribbean as part of this board of directors. Thank you. We thank for the intervention of Panama. We continue with Dominican Republic. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to endorse congratulations for the initiative to create this fund, as well as the report that has been presented by Dominican Republic. We are aware that to make progress towards consolidation and expansion of human rights, women as well as equality requires a lot of articulation. So organizations of the civil society and organizations, feminist organizations, are key organizations in this articulation process. We are fully aware that will require resources to support the partner organizations in the struggle for equality. We all know and share that we are facing great challenge of having resources for the national mechanisms. Many countries have budgets which are not enough to fund actions, plans, and programs in terms of equality. Today, we have heard about the possibility to contribute and how we can make progress in strengthening this fund, which has limited resources, but we know that they are necessary from our country, a middle income country with great challenges in terms of having enough resources to fund the sustainable development. We are aware that equality is essential to reach that development level. So to say that we are going to explore within our limited budget, we're going to explore possibilities of contribution to this fund. I congratulate Mexico, Colombia, and invite the other countries that we can make efforts along this line. Thank you. We thank Dominican Republic, and now we've got the floor for Haiti.
Chers collègues ministres,
I would like to thank the Chilean government for this warm welcome that has been Into my personal delegation, I would like to congratulate Madame the Chair for the good uh, management that has been done for in terms of institution of women in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to thank ECLAC and the United UN Women for the quality of the presentations and this important session. They are going to be important and essential to highlight the important topics about the role of women in Latin America and the Caribbean in this regional conference to be held in Mexico. And also discussions that will take place over the next days to get an important process to improve the gender equality throughout this region well over in line with gender and sex equality. I would like to take this opportunity to greet our authorities for this initiative, which is making headways in terms of the right of the women in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to call your attention because of the situation in our countries. I mean, women and girls, which are the target of the gangs. They are kidnapped, they are raped and humiliated and presented over the social media. And so, with the idea of full integration of women, we know that I have to say that the situation known by Haitian society is even more acute in Port-au-Prince. And in a specific department, one of the difficulties that we face in the popularization of women is that there is this inequality between men and women are more affected by violence as well as every kind of detrimental factors. In August this year till September, most inhabitants of some quarters have been have sought refuge in public plazas also, and all the situations have translated into a situation where women have lost their capital as women. So there are some members of the population which is prosecuted and they have displaced from one area to another towards more quiet quarters. Some people have left the country. And so these are deleterious issues for children, for women. However, we would like to highlight the violation in terms of the border between the Dominican Republic and Haiti in the customs area by some agents September 2023. And we would like with the Minister of the Dominican Republic who has speeded up the analysis of this issue. But closing the border between these two countries, we are still struggling for providing some assistance to the citizens due to the precarious situation of women. We encourage ECLAC to work with the regional fund for supporting feminist organizations, providing a specific care to their activities, considering all the problems they face. And in this process, women could also meet their basic needs. However, despite the problems we are facing, we have a small light of hope in terms of saving these women. Dear colleagues, as from this initiative of public policies since the year 2004, Haiti has considered, has involved the whole country and the society in this gender dynamics, accepting with no difficulty the access to places which were traditionally assigned for men. We are also participating in the labor activities. We see people working in activities which were mainly devoted to men. And so I invite you to develop a strategy to help the women in our region so they can reach to the individual and collective objective in terms of eradicate poverty and having an inclusive economy. Thank you. Thank you, Haitian delegation. As we don't have any other requests for floor here in the and online, I would like to remind you about the importance of the countries which are interested in this fund. They can nominate themselves. And now, if you deem appropriate, we can go to the lunch break. Panama. Yes, once we have made clear all what has been said, Panama is interested in participating in the board of directors. And as the colleague from Dominican Republic said, we have to explore the possibility to look for a fund to make contribution, but in terms of participating in the floor as part of Central American region, we would like to take this into account. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to have a lunch break up until 14:30 hours Chilean time.
time recon
To reconvene with the authorization of the chair, we have some delegations which are already online. Muchas gracias por su puntualidad.
Thank you very much for being on time, and I would like to continue with our program. Now, we have to the Initiative for Bi-Regional Partnership between Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union. And to begin, I would like to invite Maria Cristina Peso, Special Representative for Feminist Foreign Policy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Trade, and Worship of Argentina. You have been acknowledged.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, dear Minister of Trade. Thank you, LAC, again for receiving us, taking care of us, for making it enjoy. Thank you to Daniel Peterman, as, West. Thank you. And this means how lucky we are to meet again, to Mr. Vesta, to women, to ministers of our region, our large region, and of course, all of the acts that are here with us today, with whom we created the most challenging agendas, and for those that provide us strength so as not to excess. 8 years had gone by without any dialogue. It seemed like there was silence in the relationship that with I'm sorry, I'm going to go back because Irene Montero, Minister Equality in Spain, Lucy, but I'm so sorry. Good afternoon. I am so sorry. This is not the agenda. I said, yes, 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 yes. How are you doing? And it was, I wasn't concentrated. I'm sorry. My apologies. So I'm going to go back. So it seems like silence had really won over established images of recovery, a dialogue. And it so happened in this year of summit, the LAC, European Union and Brussels this year, and it was the framework where we met these regions, which is where we share not only values but interests. In this context, the heads of state strengthened the commitment of deepening and taking over the regional relationship. There was a political declaration where it's clearly expressed that this dialogue, regional dialogue, will establish an important access in creating multilateralism in the social cohesion that is peace, and peace is social cohesion, in a green transition that is fair, in a digital innovative alliance, and in a paragraph it is also mentioned very clearly and very strongly that they are committed to equality, gender equality. The conclusions of these commitments and why, again, we were talking not only for an urgent need, but because of a strategic will. And if I talk about social cohesion as peace and peace as social cohesion, very clearly and very close to us, we had the conclusions of the European Council on Women and Peace and Security, where the Council supports a new peace agenda that considers the agenda on women, peace, and security to focus it in women and gender equality in terms of the work for peace. In the very same day, the 15th Regional Conference for Women in Latin America and the Caribbean with UN Women, in paragraph 38, I will not read it in full, we were expressing solidarity with women, and we expressed solidarity with women, teens, and children that live in conflict situations in the world. And we call to strengthen the compliance of the resolution 1325 and the other resolutions related to the agenda, women, peace, and security. And this brought an agreement in climate change and environmental issues. And in May 2022, they present a report in cooperation with Women Engaged for a Common Future, where they are expressing that the European Green Pact as main political framework and the strategy of gender equality are all clear signs that protection of environment, such as gender equality, are focused in it as a main topic. And then we were being committed to the wonderful Escazú agreement, the most challenging, deep, and solid agreement on environmental rights that have a comprehensive focus on human rights, but also inclusion of the gender perspective, but also the issues of all women in our area, because this idea of cross-cutting ideas will dampen the priority agenda for gender. We were then saying that in the Buenos Aires commitment, whether gender perspective, cross-cutting initiatives, policies, we were saying that we have to promote participation in women in the decision-making process. And another agreement of that summit that was expressed was the Digital Alliance with the European Union, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Very well, then, there, the heads of state and very few women heads of states, and of course, I'm trying to incentivize this, to really foster the idea of all these resilient ideas focused in human being. We reacted and we said, okay, very good to mention the human being, but we want clarification and we want it more specific, because human beings are not neutral. They have a gender. And this is known by Olinda Gouge. It is known by all those Latin American women that were there to be able to participate in the Human Rights Declaration, as it was the delegate of Brazil. So we said then, okay, human being is not neutral. We celebrated the decision of establishing a digital alliance, but we have to incorporate the fact that is without a gender gap and us, with all women in our diversity included in it, so as not to reproduce in the digital area those structural knots of inequality and the different types of discrimination, with which in this point we celebrated so many agreements, so many initiatives that were all very important and that we applaud. But there was something left. In that declaration, there was a very strong paragraph saying that we are committed to combat all ways of discrimination, to promote the labor rights and all of the different activities that are for human beings, gender equality, and others? Is it that maybe to transform this main goal in a concrete action is a task that lies in our hands? Is it that to translate this political decision of heads of states in an action plan would be part of our insistence? Well, yes. And this is why we are moving towards these activities as we're doing in the different regions and countries. The proposals of the bi-regional pact arise when care are a priority for both regions. The European Union President 2022, the European strategy in care, us in the Buenos Aires commitment, the gender forum of European Union that is held in Berlin, organized by the ULAC organization, the Foreign Affairs Ministry in Germany, Argentina, Mexico, essential presence of CLAG, UN Women, and the feminist organizations. There it is expressed that it is essential to towards a bi-regional pact of care to explore new ways of cooperation. This initiative, who is going to take it as usual? And if I am sitting with you and in the streets together, it's always taken by feminists. The feminist organizations are taking it, are considering it, and it is a very strong, like we were always in WhatsApp with Cecilia Alemani. It was very patent, very important in the civil forum, the ULAC forum in Brussels, where gender equality and care society was placed there, and given the important sorority of feminism without borders, it was elevated to the summit of heads of state, the recommendation of moving towards a bi-regional pact from down upwards, as we have always done it, the incident and the transformation of power relationships, feminists. Others do it downwards. And here, November 30, we had the co-chairs of Latin American activity that set forth the fact that 15th organization celebrated in Madrid are setting this pact forth, not only gender equality, social affairs, into human changes, and same as the economic activity, insist in the need that both regions work together in this pact. And what are we proposing then? We propose a dialogue, exchange of experiences to share is what we are doing properly, what is not doing that well is think together how we can tackle it, the regulatory frameworks that we have to move forward into providing coherence to different regulatory frameworks that exist and try to create one that is very solid that can become a global framework, because this is what we want. We want a universal society of care and not a very small business of just meeting with friends. And that is why we create this bi-regional pact. This is not what feminism is about. It's of policies of France, but rather emancipation, to carry out studies and analysis in topics such as the use of time and care, investment, to close that gap between offer and supply of care for different populations, the labor conditions of workers in the area of care, the relationship with migratory flows, to be able to foster cooperation programs of all sorts, south-south, north-south, etc., to stimulate concrete policies. And for this, even though each one of you that are decision makers in your own governments, this is the need for a will, we have always been moving together. So in this case, in Europe, with Foundation LAC, with our Latin America and the Caribbean, with UN Women and ECLAC, and with the Feminist Forum and with the parliament members, the idea is to multiply and not divide. That is what hate geopolitics is for. That is what we want, is that the secretariat of this pact that we want it to exist is with ULAC, ICLAC, and UN Women. And that there we start creating a work plan in my country. And the chair lady knows because she's from San Luis and I'm from Mendoza. We usually say, well, what does she have hiding there? Women do not, we do not hide. We're always nude throughout life, talking about the utopia that we have. There's no trick here. There are no documents that are hidden. There's will in this movement because we don't want to do more of the same. We're convinced that it is a time, what was expressed by President Lula, by the way, in the BRICS meeting, when he said that in very few years we went back from a benign multipolarity to one that is taking that obsolete mentality of the Cold War and the geopolitical war. Lula says this is nonsense. That is corrupting multilateralism. We know where this road will take us. To look for peace is a collective, it's a collective right. And if in many places men are in war, it is women the ones that are struggling for conciliation, end quote. And if some are saying that Europe is a hypothesis in geopolitics, then what do? Women are always saying, let us agree in what we agree and let's move forward. And we agree with the Secretary General when he says it's a time to come together and work together. But she's speaking English. And care is a common good. It is a right. It is a need, and it is work. So women, again, we will be strong builders of multilateralism and creators of the multi-society. And maybe here, some colleagues, we have been working together, struggling to recover democracy and the different governments of majorities. We are willing to recreate a transformative political geodynamic of the cooperation activities, an approach that is together in a concept and practice of feminist power where there is no reproduction of supremacy or power asymmetry, or do not filter colonialism, and should these ideas not a formula that will be applied in perpetuating privilege, as our Foreign Affairs Ministry from Mexico says. We do not want to perpetuate this, as it will be part of the colonialism that we had. And it just justifies social hierarchy. It is urgent to transform privileges and rights and stop inequality. And this is why in our region, together with ICLAC and UN Women, we will continue expressing that we need a fiscal pact to sustain life, that we are willing to create systems that are fair, inclusive, equitable, and transparent. We do not have to say that this is important. We have to say it, but fund it. We have to start acting in new fiscal parts with gender equality for a society of care. We want these feminist fiscal reforms, and it is not acceptable that 4% is destined to gender equality. Where are we saying that we're in the center? Why? What's this that without us, the world does not work? It seems like the world that is the financial world, speculation and arbitrary activities without rights, well, that's where we are. In 4% of international cooperation is for gender equality. Less than 10% will get to the region. By the way, UN Women alphabetized me. And then Anita Wesma said that in that global less than 1% goes to women's organizations and gender institutionality. As the poet said, don't give me any more stories. I have heard too many stories. So we have to deepen our presence in the discussions of governance, of cooperation for sustainable development and gender equality. Feminist cooperation that feeds from the global south, from approaches that considers the colonial and post-colonial proposals of women, of care society, of looking for a transformation of our societies that patriarchal, colonial, and racist, a cooperation with women that places as a goal transformation of relationships and the structure to be able to untie these structural knots of inequality with an intersectional perspective that is risky, inclusive, to be able to build and learn and imagine and to move together to policies of cooperation that are not tied to conditions or based on impositions, that are deepening inequality between countries and gender, that legitimize or transfer these agendas that are out of context, that have nothing to do with our lives.
Naiveness is no longer allowed. The world is bleeding and the planet is drying up. The idea is to change the ethics with which we allocate resources. We urgently need a different cooperation culture. We must be united by a single condition, not a conditionality. We must work hard on building a better future. What else do you need to be convinced? Well, all this helped. A Nobel Prize winner, Claudia Golding, is for what we began to demand in Latin America and the Caribbean in terms of generating information, evidence, shouting out for this in academia, in the streets, everywhere. And there, instead of getting angry because it's her and not Lucy, we are very happy because we have won a Nobel Prize in something that we were pioneers. What did Claudia say? There is a different thing that expresses the gender salary gap, not only economic growth, education. And I think we all know what she said because we all read it. Men are disproportionately available to work long hours at work while we are disproportionately available to devote ourselves to care. And that is why we are not mistaken when we say it, when we said in the Buenos Aires commitment that the idea is to create care societies of care, as from this reality with enormous passion, with enormous tenderness. Let us confirm our political commitment towards multilateralism, dialogue, and in order to advance towards the society of care. It's important for us to advance in this agreement because if we begin with Europeans tomorrow, we begin together, as we always do, to open pathways with our sisters from Africa, Asia Pacific, and Eastern Europe, because us feminists, we don't solemnly sign documents that we subsequently ignore. We fight with tenderness as the only valid weapon to write a different history, to universalize hope, equality, and the courage to change the world that sooner or later will be feminist. And I conclude by paying homage by recognizing our feminists in Guatemala and thus all feminists in our regions. As always in ECLAC, we conclude with a poem. We are present. Women walk the squares of the world talking. We have come from everywhere, some sad, some happy, and some broken. Cre creating a rainbow with our skin colors, constellations with our, through the way in which we look, we claim sovereignty with our bodies, defending our steps, and our continent, our voice resonates from continent to continent, building kind metaphors with the strength of desires. And we link up despite our ages and our nationalities. We carry hope when there is hopelessness. We build and we weave networks and we build citizenship centimeter after centimeter, and we transform reality with our experience, and we dress up like comets. We wear flowers, we're deliberate, we are present in this march towards life.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Maria Perceval, Special Representative for Feminist Foreign Policy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of Argentina. Thank you for your presentation. And now I'd like to offer the floor to Irene Montero, Minister of Equality of the Government of Spain, to deliver her presentation. Well, it's difficult to speak after Marita, but thank you very much, Marita, for that very touching presentation, and also to those that have made this meeting possible. My acknowledgement to ECLAC and to all the governments and civil society organizations that are present here and that have enabled the work of this organization that is so necessary for the whole world. I am very happy that we're here today to talk about the bi-regional agreement for care, not only because I think it's very important for the institutional framework of the world as a whole understands that the societies of care must be at the very center of the political agenda. And in Europe, we still need to listen to feminists to understand this, but also because I believe that as from feminism, we can implement some international alliances and some ways of relating to each other that are more egalitarian, more feminist, with more sorority, and which is very difficult now. Feminism is an articulator of alliances and alliances for coexistence, for the guarantee of rights, for peace. And therefore, I believe that the fact that there is a bi-regional agreement on care where Europe can learn from Latin America, because that is the reality. The reality is that Latin America is at the forefront of the struggle to build national state systems and societies of care, both as from civil society and as from the national and state experiences in building these systems. I think that's a great piece of news, not only because it impacts feminist rights, but also because of what we are able to build for the whole set of international alliances and international relations. And we certainly need that nowadays in the world. I also believe that it's very important that feminism over the past few years has put care at the very center of public debate, at least in Europe and especially in Spain. Feminists had always talked about care, but there were other issues such as the struggle against violence or sexual and reproductive rights that seemed to be more important and that went beyond the barrier of feminism and ventured into public debate at large. But the same thing had not happened with care, and in 2017, 2018, and from there on, the care strikes, the big demonstrations placed this in social debate, because we have economies built upon complex, very complex concepts analyzed as from many different points of view, but nobody had begun to think that that big architecture, that major tower, that big skyscraper was lay on top of women, and especially on migrant women, and no economy would even withstand or would be able to exist for more than a few days, even the most powerful ones. And believe me that in this reflection is difficult in European economies. If there were no women that could provide care, could do the cleaning and so on. And that is very adequate because that reflection on the crisis of care is a discussion that leads us to think that the way in which we organize life, the economy, and society simply has to change profoundly in structural terms. So the neoliberal model cannot withstand this anymore. The neoliberal model is radical and unfair because to the extent that half of the population, which women, are upholding this with our bodies, and the intersectional perspective is important. But we are upholding a system that must be changed so that we can all have our rights guaranteed. I would like to especially mention the political violence suffered by many women who are in the front line of the defense of environmental rights, in defending the right to care and to life. I just want to mention this in view of time, but I do believe that that is an issue that we must deal with. We're also making a tremendous effort so that we can deal with this as from Europe, because it is increasingly frequent that political violence against women becomes a systematic strategy to discipline the rest of the movement and thus prevent the progress of certain rights and the institutionalization of that progress and of those feminist demands in our countries. And just like we speak about Alfred and the soft coups, we also have to talk about political violence against women and how we face that reality that is increasingly present in civil society, against civil society leadership and representatives at different levels. I was saying that this is an important opportunity in order to promote feminist rights, and also to dealing with the crisis of care involves an important element mentioned by Marita, which has to do with the reorganization of our economies. For us, the key argument has to do with feminist rights, the rights of women, with human rights. But if no one is convinced with these arguments, in order to talk about societies of care, we need to think about what unpaid care represents for the world GDP, which represents 9% of the GDP at a world level. Few strategic sectors of the economy have such an importance as care, and even more so if we add the paid care. So there is an economic argument in order to deal with these issues at a moment when many of our societies and economies face tremendous crises. I insist never abandoning what is the key aspect for me, which is the rights of for more than half of the population, feminist rights, but remembering that there is also a very powerful economic right and a vector for economic development that must also be useful for the redistribution of wealth and therefore for the guarantee of more rights for everyone. And perhaps this argument is also useful to convince other colleagues with whom we must necessarily work if we're going to deal with the crisis of care. And on the other hand, I also believe that it's very important for care to be at the very center, because it has to do with a logic aspect of a cultural logic of neoliberalism. We're told that we have to talk about it, interdependent lives. We all need each other to live, and there is no other way. This is not an ideological or political option to think whether we can live separately or together. We will have to live together, otherwise it will be a massive violation of human rights for the majority of the population, and that is one of the big strengths of placing the argument on care at the very center of our discussions. We have made a lot of progress with this forum on gender equality that Marita mentioned, and that was held in May. In addition to, well, less than a year ago, we signed the Buenos Aires commitment. In Europe, there is already a strategy of care since 2022, which focuses on the care of early childhood and long duration care. as a result of the European population pyramid, which is a situation that we have to deal with in the medium and long term. In Spain, we have made progress with this legislature with a first public policy on conciliation, advancing in the reversion of cutbacks with the ILO agreement to guarantee the rights of domestic workers, and also improving the capability of the state to be co-responsible for care during early childhood, or promoting, together with Mexico and together with the Global Alliance for Care, that International Day of Care that will be celebrated on or commemorated on the 29th of October for the first time. That has involved the work of many of our colleagues, and I'm very proud that we have promoted this as from Spain. This agreement that we debate today has that logic in terms of making progress, because we are advancing together, institutions and civil society, and also together as countries and as regions, in order to involve the whole of humanity in this construction of societies of care. And I would simply like to mention some of the important challenges. First of all, the participation of women and of civil society organizations in the process to build those systems and societies of care. That is a challenge that the institutions face in general, participation, but especially, and here I think this is fundamental, because often the total absence of public policy not only leads us to learn from each other, ministers from ministers, state secretaries from with state secretaries, but we also listen to civil society organizations that are often provide the organization that institutions are lacking. And secondly, the prevalent nature of care. I believe public systems must be built as distant as possible from privatization and outsourcing, understanding that these are services that forms part of the exercise of a fundamental right without which life is simply unsustainable. And that is not a minor issue. That logic of what is public, at least for Europe, is a tremendous challenge. Thirdly, the importance of fighting against stereotypes, paradigms, messages that continue to reinforce a patriarchal structure that points to women, that says that women are responsible for care compared to men. And therefore, there is a cultural battle to wage, and reactionaries and the sectors that don't want the rights of women to advance are very clear on that, and they develop public policies and effective messages so that those structures, those stereotypes remain where they are and do not evolve. And therefore, there is an element of this cultural battle that is very important. Audre Lorde used to say that self-care for women is not only indulgency, is not only a personal need, but a profoundly political action. And we must be capable then of legitimating the experiences of the women in our country whenever they demand time to live, and make them know that they are exercising what should be a right for them, not a privilege. It is not something that they have to do in hiding, because we're talking of guaranteeing a fundamental right, a right without which a society and life is unsustainable. But in addition, it is also their right that we're trying to guarantee. So, because we must all have time to live and to exercise our rights, among them and that of political participation, health or culture, but also political participation. We need time to participate. And finally, the issue of the fiscal reform, which is fundamental. Evidently, it is women that will promote this agenda, but I'm thinking in institutional terms. This involves the ministries of the economy, of finance, those that produce budgets, or we understand that this is not even a country debate, but a civilizing debate, as you have often said. Or we think in economic terms, in terms of a profound transformation of the economic system, because otherwise it will be impossible to talk about this. But on the other hand, if there is an argument that enables us today to defend the redistribution of the wealth of time, is the crisis of care. So I thank you for inviting me to this to be part of the presiding officers. I believe that this agreement must become a reality, and it will be up to us to do that. You can rely on us. And in Spain, I think we are changing the world, and we're doing this together despite the tremendous resistance. But feminism is the main driving force of democracy and of the guarantee of rights. And I honestly believe that we are winning. So long live the struggle of women.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Minister Irene Montero, Minister of Equality of the Government of Spain, for your words related to this initiative. Now we'd like to offer the floor to Lady Pagin, Chair of the EU LAC Foundation, who is not present with us but has sent us a recorded message. Dear friends who are present or who are online, my first words are to acknowledge the work of this process that, as from EU LAC, we have decided to join to build together in favor of that the global equality agenda. Just a few months ago, heads of states and governments of Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean finally met in a high-level summit in order to again renew their commitment to bring bi-regional relations closer. Today, we have a political declaration that leads us to continue to work together in favor of a better more for greater social cohesion and a green transition that necessarily has to be fair.
To finish with the gender gaps and a political partnership which covers multilateral areas with agenda of peace and sustainability. Within this political declaration, we have to highlight equality between men and women from regions with feminist values which are working together hand in hand to continue conquering quotas of equality. Over this time, we have been able to work all together through Latin American and Caribbean network to find common spaces and to build public policies. I would like to highlight this desire to build a bi-regional pact between European Union, Latin America, and the Caribbean to recognize that reality on which the foundations of our society are lying down, to guarantee the rights of women, a bi-regional pact finding the adequate cooperation instruments with the capacity to identify good practices and exchange them, a regional pact based on those political agreements which the region of Latin America and the Caribbean and the last conference of women on equality, such as the European Union, also have expressed clearly. And so I would like to say that you can count on the Black Foundation and the network of Latin American and Caribbean networks of women, which line of work is to develop this bi-regional pact of care systems to work all together and continue making progress. I hope that we will go deeper into this path and we are going to have the opportunity to get together and build in the foundation for this new process. Warm hug, my lovely greetings, and let's continue working. We thank very much to the chair of EULAC Foundation for her message, and now we will give the floor to Lucy Garrido, coordinator of Cotidiano Mujer, member of Articulación Feminista Marcosur. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation of ICLAC and UN Women. I'm very happy to be here. And I don't know if feminists to my left who are ministers that they have got together. I don't know if I'm going to say something different because I think that they're very upset with many things like I am. We understand that we sustain the economy through unpaid care, something that the pandemic showed entirely that wasn't invented by the pandemic, but the structural inequality came to the surface. So the efforts to approach that inequality should be focused on care economy. Even more, in the Political Forum for Development of the European Union is a forum that I'm part of with other 60 individuals. We are Asian, Africans, Europeans, and then decide where we go. We are not deciding anything, but at least we have voice. We can report, we get together, and we are struggling all together. In that forum where I have participated 2 months ago, I participated in a different forum in Brussels in the European Union when I met some of the ones who are here. So in that forum, to speak about the regional care pact was commented. So to quantify the reproductive care, the children, migrants, and refugees, and the impact that this have in their life project. This was 15 days ago. Taking the words of the other forum of civil society organization that was in July, 3 days before the government of the summit and the European Union LAC summit got together. We can talk about the green transition, a digital transition, without relating this with a social without a gender equality. The green and digital are some color papers, nothing else. How are we going to approach a climate crisis without approaching gender inequalities and unpaid work of women? We have to ensure that environmental policies and involve all these with inclusive and participatory processes, guarantee that investment in climate and environment reach women, children, and adolescents. And so not only remain with transnational companies, the ones who have met in Brussels in July, we proposed the President's Summit, and Marita commented about this recently, and we proposed to include in their declaration and support to the regional care pact based on what has been said here by the ministers, based on the European care strategies 2022 and Buenos Aires declaration on the care society that was a couple of months later. And you know what happens? We failed because that wasn't included. That was recommended by the civil society. They have invested in money there. We got together, we prepared a nice declaration that we proposed. Please include these. We are not inventing anything. You have committed to this, but they didn't include this. They were very busy in much more important subjects than what happened, more than what happened in the half of population in both regions. We have 500 million people as the unpaid work of these 500 million people doesn't represent so many points of the national GDPs. In my country, it's almost 23%. And that's why, and we are measuring very well in Uruguay. So as if care and caregivers and they have no rights, as if these 500 million women are not paying taxes. And if those 500 million women, many of them are paying a lot of taxes. So President didn't listen to our message as if we had no so much to say about public policies to bridge the inequality gap when we know that care can be the foundations to find solution for the economic crisis. But they didn't realize about that. The organizations of the two regions who were in the Brussels Forum, we were so upset because I'm coming from the civil society, and we are not considered. And now we're going to make a scandal because we are calling their attention. But we were not considering, we were so upset that we decided to produce something that is called Task Force of the Civil Society, European Union, LAC, in order to monitor results of those summits. European Union, LAC. So this is not for free of charge. So they are not laughing about what is going on to 500 million women. And I heard a sentence that I liked most, And some of us were discussing and say, why are going to be part of the discussion? Because in the end, we have a result that is not worth even to consider, probably well legitimate in this. But what my friend said is if you are not there on the table, is because you are part of the menu. And I think that this is a very interesting comment. You don't have to be part of the menu. You have to be on the table. But you have to be there on the table. The first two topics that we agreed upon to be discussed, the organization in Latin America and the Caribbean, were the need to expand the civic space that in the two regions not only was reduced, but the attack against organizations, people defending human rights increased, created even more violence and impunity. This is part of the active participation of the civil society in the design, implementation, follow-up, and monitoring of decisions, plans, and programs adopted within the framework of this new relation, this relaunching of revamp of relationship between European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean. It is essential to involve the civil society to empower inclusion, efficacy, efficiency of processes. And the other thing is that every organization have agreed upon defending, promoting, demanding the bi-regional pact. Okay, as we said in Brussels, in a time of general uncertainties where we have extreme poverty and genetics knowledge growing together, political misorientations allowed that this is presented as a salvage of relativism, especially human rights and sexual and reproductive rights. That is to ignore ourselves. It's the same as attacking freedom and equality. It's the same than attacking the basis of democracy. We need not to forget the situation that we were living 1 year ago when everyone promised to be much better. Remember that they are nice message. We are going to improve this and that. Promises that people do at the end of the year to eat less, stop smoking, etc., etc. And I think we need to build a financial architecture, international architecture, which is more functional. And as feminists, we have proposed so many years by now, societies where people and their rights are at the core. And so this bi-regional pact can be a very powerful instrument. We feminists are going to insist up until the presidents of our region see this not clear as water, but as the most important thing. We have written thesis about caring, but one of the theses said there is no caring policies without cultural change. The only possibility for transformation of the unfair sexual division of the labor, which sustain our economies and reproduction of social life, is the cultural change between men and women and generations in such a way that care is part of the universe of every human being. And when we say human beings, we are including the presidents, which wouldn't like to sign the pact that we're suggesting. There's no democracy without freedom, but there's no democracy without equality. Democracy is the conditions to look for a world with social and environmental justice. I think that 500 million individuals do not need to include digital only. So we need to understand democracy as a common and real experience for every woman. That's why the bi-regional pact can be a very good promoter. Thank you. Thank you, Lucy, for your intervention. And now we are going to give the floor to the delegations. We're going to prepare a list. We'll request you to show your 10 cards, the ones who are here, or raise your hand, virtual hand, if you are connected online. So now Mexico. Here, Nain Gadman. Nadine Hasman is there. I hope you can hear me. Thank you. I'm so sorry, but I cannot be there with you because I had things that I mean, you know that my heart is with you over there. I would like to greet you all very cordially, Marita, Irene, Leila, for the excellent presentations. And as been said throughout the day, setting a partnership, especially the one who are going beyond the borders and regions, is one of the best way to put care at the core. And this is the proposal for this pact is a clear example. Good experiences and space and opportunities is moving different regions of the planet and will enable us to create solutions and progress consolidated with the right to care and to be cared as well. That's why the government of Mexico, head by President Manuel López Obrador, is supporting this bi-regional pact and is committed to promote inclusion of this specific language in terms of care and the text, which are coming from different spaces such as the Head of States Summit, LAC, and European Union. We think that the proposal of this pact could be strengthened with the statistical information, with, I mean, gender perspective, and we include the budgets, mainstreaming gender for care, together with the strategies for funding of these policies for care. You can count on the government of Mexico, the National Institute for Women, to continue making progress in the feminist care agenda to achieve the objective to have a society for care with social justice, welfare for everyone, with leaving no one behind. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nadine. Now, Nicaragua, Jessica Padilla. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. We thank for the presentation of this bi-regional pact. We request that the Secretariat can take note about Nicaragua's position to whereas 11 of this pact. Nicaragua does not accept to make reference to the declaration of CELAC European Union declaration, since the Republic of Nicaragua didn't endorse the declaration of the third CELAC European Union summit carried out from 17 to 18th July the current year, because the foundational regulation and mechanism of CELAC were not observed, especially organic procedures of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, 2011. Thank you so much. Now we'll give the floor to Paraguay, Cynthia Figueroa. Good afternoon, everyone. Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Chair of the Board of Directors, Ministers of Gender and Diversity of Argentina, dear colleagues. I'm honored to participate in this space, which allows us to share experiences, challenges that we are putting forward in our region. I wish you a great success. The Ministry of Women in Paraguay celebrates this 65th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the initiative for care between Latin America, the Caribbean, and the European Union. Within that framework, we would like to share the progress in terms of care policies. The Buenos Aires commitment has provided a road to advance in a society of care with agreement in new areas for transformative recuperation with gender equality and sustainability.
Care is acknowledged as a right of people to take care, be taken care of, and to exert self-care. This is to promote the sexual division of work and to walk towards a fair organization of care in the framework of a new style of development that sets forth gender equality in the economic, social, and environmental dimension for sustainable development. In more than one decade, this has allowed for public organizations and civil society in Paraguay to reflect and place in the public agenda the approach related to care. The national government has declared a priority the system for social protection PAM, adjusting it to the development plan. All these instruments explicitly or implicitly among its components acknowledges the tasks of care as something that is essential, proposing the reduction of the burden in the midst of the family and specifically for women through the distribution of responsibilities between women, men, and other sectors of the society. In December 2022, it was approved the National Policy of Care, which has as a goal to guarantee the well-being and development of autonomy of people in a situation of dependency and of those that are caring for them, ensuring access to service, time and resources for caring in a model of co-responsibility between the family, the state, the private sector, and the community. In April 2023, the Interinstitutional Committee for Care was created that currently is working in different themes, workforces of these areas and the implementation of this plan in progressive fashion. In December 2021, to the Parliament was presented a bylaw creating the National System of Care. Currently, we are working in documents to be able to be favoring the different conditions in which this was created. And currently, Paraguay is part of the research project diagnosis and proposals and recommendations for the formulation of care systems in the region in charge of the Public Policies Institute for the Mercosur, with the goal to establish a diagnosis with the state parties and allowed to get to know and to share lessons learned and challenges so as to strengthen a care agenda of the regional bloc with an approach of or a focus on human rights. We recognize or acknowledge that the member states of Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as the member states of the European Union, share differential challenges given the asymmetry to develop policies and universal care systems. It is in this sense that Paraguay is committed to foster actions that will mean quality services for care that will guarantee the well-being and development of autonomy of people that are in under dependency and for those that are being taken care of. Committed to the right of care as a universal good of humanity so that everybody can access the use of the rights supported by them. Thank you very much.
Presidenta, hemos finalizado la lista.
We have finished with
¿Alguna otra intervención solicitada?
the delegation statements. I see the colleague from OAS.
Vamos entonces adelante con OEA. Adelante.
OAS then, you have been acknowledged. Hugs to everybody. It is a pleasure being here at ECLAC with our colleague Ana Huesmes, with my dear Maria Noel, and to find all these women here, all historical friends, and to ministers and representatives of the civil society. I wanted to add the OAS in this process where we are placing care in the right in the center of the agenda of women. I wanted to remind you of the importance of CIAM in representation of a regional group is in these hemispheric agreements to place a focus in the regional aspect and how we are working and how we're part of the alliances. I think this is a very important topic. And from here to show some elements that we have built on, and I think it's important where there is a history of work with Europe through Eurosocial, with whom we have together created a number of documents. One of them is the CARE Global Emergency. It has very interesting data that has been analyzing ideological what is happening with care. The second is the care, the model care law. This has the very important concepts. One is the unpaid work of women. It also has everything that ICLAC has been building in relation to the national accounts and to make it visible. It has rights. It has the social welfare state. It has an approach to local governance and a path of implementation towards this through a methodology of model laws established by OAS, taking best practices. It is subject to expertise processes and an approval within the framework of certain rules in such a way that this is an important contribution for the process. Together with this, we created the implementation guideline that is gathering all practices of states in this area. And then a fourth element that I would like to present, which is in charge of feminists of the region, Lucy, that was part of the process, with the this decalogue that is the fifth element of care. And in care, the idea is to take care of well-being and this concept that exists in 26 constitutions of the country, which is to care of people and care of land. Let me emphasize that we have to rethink the state with everything that is happening, not only make use of the transformation of democracies, but also of the state. And finally, I think for us, this is strategic for the agenda to be global and joint. And we have to establish the alliances in this area because it is transforming not only women, but society, culture, and everything that is related to economical empowerment and growth of states. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair Lady, and it has been a pleasure to hear you. It is wonderful. I would like to mention that the bi-regional pact is very important. We are all united with Europe in many areas, especially in care, but also I would like to remind you of the investment programs, the opening of the markets that our entrepreneurs need, which is fundamental. Only 12% of women owners of companies are exporting. 12%. It is nothing. If of 100 people, 48 that are women are working in our region, then of course numbers are lowering, and I'm very practical. We need to open markets, investments, and that this bi-regional pact is not only for care, but we should add these topics. And we also need more programs from the European Union. We have our colleague from Eurosocial. Eurosocial was a magnificent program that helped us to understand the public policies, to exchange public policies in social protection, education, gender, and many different topics. So what are we going to do, Ms. Minister? The European Union does not like us. So can you help so that they like us more? So for more bi-regional programs where all the gender ministers could get to know closely the European public policies that are wonderful, ours as well. And that is why we need this exchange, and it is so healthy. So please take that message to the European Union. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, compañera.
Thank you, colleague Maria. And now we will offer the floor to Guillermina Martin from the UNDP. She is virtually connected to us.
Un segundo.
Just a second, please, because we will. Irene Montero has to leave as she has another date. Thank you.
Ahora sí, Guillermina Martín.
Now, Guillermina Martin from UNDP. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Greetings to all ministers, colleagues, friends, Ana Westmed, Ms. Vanessa. Greetings. And we would like to be with you in this bi-regional pact and all the work that is being done in Latin America and the Caribbean by our director, Michelle Bouchet. As you know, many countries in this region with UN Women, ILO, and LAC, we are all working together in the creation of these comprehensive care systems. We are signing this agreement with UN Women and the UNDP, ratifying the commitment to create these comprehensive care systems in the diagnosis and the creation of policies as well as in funding. One of the central elements that we have to think about and that we have been working in is this level of uncertainty and crisis, the climate crisis and climate emergency that exists, where there is strong impact in care and the impact on women and children. Therefore, we believe that these fiscal analysis and financial analysis not only have to consider the current activities and program fiscal policies related to the present care, but also risk and climate shock that we have in many countries in the region and that women are suffering. So maybe tomorrow we'll be talking about other things related to the other areas in the session of poverty and the analysis that is being carried out in the UNDP. But we just wanted to confirm that us as agency, sister agency, will be working together with ministers and agencies, leader agencies. So greetings to all. And I am deeply sorry for not being able to be there, but you know that you are in our hearts. Thank you. Thank you, Guillermina, for your participation. And now we will offer the floor to an organization from the civil society that is here in the room called Las Tremendas.
Bueno, hola, primero que nada me
Hello, I would like to greet all government authorities that are here today, representatives of United Nations, civil society, and of course, my feminist colleagues from Foundation Tremendas and all feminists that are here today, as well as online. I was paying attention to all of your words, and I fully agree with everything that has been mentioned, but my apologies, but I realized that something was missing. Girls and youngsters were mentioned very specifically. As Mr. Oriana said, today is the Girls' Day, which reminds us of the importance that we should have in the society for society to really be representative. We need to include girls in the decision-making process. In Chile, girls are not considered as citizens in the Constitution until being 18 years of age. Only in these past years, we have had very scarce opportunities, but valuable. And these instances in the decision-making process can present our perspectives in problems that are affecting all women in the region. It is highly important as like indigenous women in rural areas, the gender gap affects us differently as adult women. What happens with teen mothers that have to stop studying for the care of their children? What happens with girls that are very far away and cannot reach their schools if there is a landslide? What happens with one or every five women that have suffered sexual abuse in Chile? So it is for this reason that we have to open accessible areas for children and youngsters because all realities are different but are valid and they have to be heard, not only by more women, but also not only heard by more women, but also by decision makers at global level. This undoubtedly is very complicated. I do remember seeing the picture of COP27 with my brother sitting by me. And the first thing he said was, Sophie, this picture is just of women, of men or all decision makers. It really broke my heart to say that in the pictures were all the world leaders that were making the decisions in that conference. When we looked at the picture closely, we were able to find one or another women there, but I could just hold them in one hand. How many women? But girls, impossible to get to that conference, even though we had to be heard, especially for a country where the women's rights were very vulnerable and the voices of girls silenced. It is among women that we have to support each other uh, without concerns about age, so position or where we live. And I really thank this space, and I would like to invite everybody here to work with your magnificent work to create an equitable society and mitigate gender gaps in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a la organización de la sociedad civil.
Thank you to Las Tremendas for your participation. We want to thank all of the participations, and we have finished this topic in our agenda. We will now go to the next stop. It's discussion on the themes of the 16th session of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, Mexico 2025. And I'd like to invite Ana Guesmes Garcia, Chief of the Division for Gender Affairs of the LAC. She will be moderating the discussion on these topics to be dealt with on women in 2025. Good afternoon, Ms. President and the Ellen Messina delegates and of the different governments, of the member states of ECLAC, of representatives of the civil society, especially organizations of women and feminists, of the academia, colleagues of United Nations and other intergovernmental organizations that are here. Greetings to girls today and every day in the International Day of Girls, with a motto to invest in human rights of girls, are the leadership future. With UNICEF here in the room. And also I would like to consider the acknowledgements to the peace defenders of life, defenders of the territories, the environmental defenders in the region. This morning we were talking about the Escazú Agreement, to women that along throughout the world are always considering peace. And for more than a number of years ago, we are talking about peace and bread, and we are continuing to talk about peace and bread. I would like to introduce now the different topics that are to be discussed and that we're proposing from the Secretariat in the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America that will be held in Mexico 2025.
La presidenta con Argentina.
We have worked with the chair, with Argentina, on the need to continue to promote the idea and the commitment of the Society of Care. We have made all the necessary consultations with Mexico via Annie Gassman, Mrs. Anise Gassman, from Mexico, that will act as the host country during this conference in coordination with UN Women. And first of all, we'll talk about where we come from, what it is that we are proposing, and thirdly, the milestones that we will have by the next conference. The conference that is mentioned by the chair, where we want to move from mainstreaming to a profound mainstreaming. And that is what we have stated in the Society of Care, and that is what we have in the regional gender agenda. I would like to begin by saying that this region has a common voice within our diversity, within our differences that are political, historical, structural. However, this has been a region that has been able to consolidate a common voice that for more than 45 years, the governments, the UN system, international organizations, and civil society organizations meet in the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. And certainly for ECLAC, it is a tremendous responsibility, I would say, to act as a secretariat of this conference. That as from 2020, we have been doing this in coordination with UN Women. We're also very proud that this region has consolidated a regional gender agenda, which is meaningful, progressive, and comprehensive, and also to listen to you, ministers, mention how this agenda is accompanying and guiding the public policies in your countries in order to achieve gender equality, the guarantee of the rights of women, teenagers and girls in all their diversity, the exercise of their autonomy and sustainable development. This agenda contributes to the issue or to the theme of the next Commission on the Legal Status of Women, which is to overcome the structural challenges of inequality. One of them, one of the ones that is mentioned, is the sexual division of labor and the unfair social organization of care. And certainly this agenda includes agreements related to the implementation of comprehensive care policies and systems, promoting the redistribution and recognition of care work, both paid and unpaid care work, and to strengthen the care economy as a dynamic sector. and this idea of recognizing the right to care as part of human rights, and thus to advance towards a state that is much more present with state policies at the level of this recognition. This is a region that is placed at the center, and this was mentioned this morning, the autonomy of women in its triple dimension: physical, economic, and in decision making and gender equality, with the rights, human rights. And this is a region that has um, well, this year that has agreed on the Montevideo Consensus, and sexual and reproductive rights as civil, economic, and cultural rights, a right to a life free from violence and discrimination, and also collective and environmental rights. So this is a region that articulates the regional gender agenda with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In fact, much of the progress in the 2030 Agenda in its design are closely linked to the contributions that were received from this region. As mentioned by Gina Vargas, a trans feminist in the region, a heritage without a testament, because we must acknowledge a lot in terms of the agreements of Latin America and the Caribbean with regards to intergovernmental agreements within the framework of the UN. And this year, President Lula mentioned Berta Luch, who, together with Minerva Bernardino from the Dominican Republic, were fundamental in the creation of the UN Charter. But still, we have many more. And that historical memory is something that we have to rebuild as a collective and jointly with the Beijing platform for action. What we want to show you here is indeed this timeline since the first World Conference on Women that was held in Mexico. Immediately after, you can see the major global milestones at the bottom with our Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. And we have mentioned some milestones there, certainly the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, but as has already been mentioned, the financing agenda, the Addis Ababa agenda, and the first conference that was held in Havana immediately after that in 1977. And since then, we have not stopped. And on purple, you can already see something that was mentioned, and I greet Alejandra Mora from the OAS, because this is the first region that established the convention to prevent, sanction, and eliminate violence against women. And throughout these years, we have evolved every 3 years, practically, in the various consensuses and work programs. I would like to say that there are 3 major contributions, and perhaps many more, but in Quito, we put forward with enormous strength, and this is a position taken by ECLAC as a secretariat in a dialogue with organizations, but especially with us, with you ministers, and that became an intergovernmental agreement. The focus, the key role of the autonomy of women, and the creation of the Gender Equality Observatory. And we contributed to them with the official statistics that you produce every year with the UN, with ICID, and with SAHIP also as intergovernmental entities. In Montevideo, we mentioned the 3 structural challenges: gender inequality, and a permanent dialogue with structural thinking of ECLAC, that, as mentioned this morning by Daniel Titelman, is already 75 years old. In other words, for 75 years, they have led this consensus, this voice, this perspective as from the region. And our dear minister, the Buenos Aires commitment in the 15th Regional Conference on women's conference in Buenos Aires that put forward the structural idea of a change in the social organization, a change in the development plan that we have called the Society of Care. And this is the illusion that will push us towards Mexico in 2025, where we will hold the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Here we want to show how the care agenda has evolved in the region. And as from the meeting in Havana, we were already putting forward the importance of child care linked to the economics Nobel Prize winner in terms of the participation in the labor force of women. In other words, we were already evidencing the theoretical basis for the sexual division of labor. In Mar del Plata, in that action program, we highlighted the idea of collecting information on the value of unpaid work, and I would add the feminist economists of the region. And on top of that, I would also mention another dear sociologist, Maria Angeles Duran, that has always worked with these bi-regional programs, because as women are always crossing borders in terms of thinking, innovation, and the collective fabric. In Santiago, we began to speak about co-responsibility and the value of time. I would also like to say that this progress in Mar del Plata led to the Beijing World Conference, where this contribution was recognized. In the Quito Consensus, we already began to speak about the importance of linking this with public, comprehensive, and social security systems, as mentioned by the Director of Social Development, how to link these issues to social protection, to social security in systems. In the Brasilia Consensus, what was established and what was mentioned for the first time was the idea of the right to care and the idea of universal care policies and services. But we also began to talk about the policies that change over time, such as parental leave and care leave, and its evaluation in the national accounts. And we took a further step, not only dealing with an economic value, but we want this to be in the national accounts. In Santo Domingo, we made further progress in the idea of co-responsibility, and we spoke about the state, the market, and the society between men and women. In other words, the gender co-responsibility is enriched with social co-responsibility and the idea of universal systems of both contributive and non-contributive. And we have been working with the idea of universal access, which is universal, comprehensive, and efficient, and the creation also of satellite accounts. In Montevideo, which was the strategy to establish a link with the 2030 agenda and is therefore valid until 2030, as is the rest of the regional gender agenda. We especially mentioned the global care chains. This is an issue that is of concern to us as a region to overcome the sexual division of labor. And that was a structural node, especially inequality and public policies that not only redistribute wealth and revenues, but also time. And this was mentioned by Chile's minister this morning, how to redistribute power, time, and revenues. And we reached the Santiago commitment in a pre-pandemic context, practically, where in a very strong manner, you provided a mandate for counter-cyclical policies. In difficult times, the state has to be ever present, and we must make the economy of care much more dynamic and to evidence its value with its multiplying effects. And we began to also mention comprehensive care systems as from a gender perspective that is intersectional, intercultural, and rights, and also cooperation. And we finally reach our last dear consensus, which is the Buenos Aires commitment, where we already put forward progress that places at the very center the sustainability of life and our planet the guarantee of the right of people to receive care and to be cared for through quality policies, systems, and services in the territory. I believe that tremendous importance was attached to this, and that was a mandate from the chair with regard to territorial perspective, and a lot of debate also on gender-sensitive macroeconomic policies and regional tax cooperation for care investment, financial architecture, the alleviation of the debt, and so on. And we also made progress in terms of measuring time, measuring the economic value in order to geo-reference that. We require statistical systems based on territories and multilateral cooperation, and in that sense, or that is where we find the prior debate about the bi-regional agreement between Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union. We had a high participation of countries. We presented the position document that is available. All these documents are available in the internet. The first document of two conferences, breaking the statistical silence that has been adopted by two conferences, the Statistical Conference of the Americas and the Regional Conference on Women, and two other documents produced with UN Women about financing of care systems, and another one that accounts for our situation in terms of regulatory frameworks in Latin America and the Caribbean. And in addition to the Feminist Forum, we also held a parliamentary forum. In the Buenos Aires commitment, member countries committed to move towards a new style of development that prioritizes the sustainability of life, and that definitely acknowledges the right to care as part of fundamental human rights. The commitment proposes fundamental agreements in order to address the structural challenges of gender inequality, but it also provides solutions, and it puts forward an innovating and common collective solution for a transformative recovery that places at the very center what truly matters, which is the sustainability of life. Where are we? Well, tomorrow I'll be presenting more data in the panel on inequalities, but today I must say, and I mentioned this morning on behalf of the Executive Secretary, and this was mentioned by Daniel Titiman on behalf of the Executive Secretary, that we're in a cascade of crisis. And on top of this, we find the care crisis, as mentioned by the Minister of Spain, with social indicators that set back the achievement of SDGs in the General Assembly. Some precedents placed or highly emphasized the fulfillment of the 2030 agenda, which is articulated with a regional gender agenda. But we are in a crisis, in the midst of a crisis and in a turning point. And Mr. José Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of LAC, has said that we must act with a sense of urgency, increase our level of ambition and the scale of policy efforts. This is not a time for gradual and timid changes, but for bold action. And that is what we are putting forward with. And we move on to how to do this. And we have focused on three areas that you have that has systematically come across in the discussions in the last presiding officers and also in the conference: financing strategies, governance, and the creation of strategic regional, global, national, and territorial alliances and agreements. ECLAC has put this forward to the period of sessions, and it was approved that and has mentioned the gender equality and the society of care as a priority for the transformation of the development model, together with the other 10 areas that are priority areas and that are mentioned here, such as sustainability and climate change, to deal with gaps in social protection and inequality, regional economic integration, to conduct a macroeconomics for development, and the articulation between productivity, productive development, employment, and inclusive growth. And for that purpose, we require governance, and we need to strengthen institutional capacities. And the major progress, the major conceptual progress that we made receives the contributions of feminist economics and receives the contributions of indigenous peoples, of indigenous women, of Afro-descendant populations on good living. This idea of placing eco-dependence, of mentioning eco-dependence. And we know that now that we are experiencing the impacts of climate change upon human life. And therefore, we have mentioned caring for the planet at the very center, interdependence. So we must all, we all, in at some moment in our lives, will require care, and we will provide care also. And in that sense, based on the issue of the interdependence of people, we must move on the dependence of people, we must move towards the idea of interdependence, because that is a major contribution to think about how care has an impact upon all public policies. And we had already been working with the idea of co-responsibility between the state, the market, communities, families, and between people. So this is the idea that also brings together self-care, the care for people, the care for carers, and the care for the planet. As mentioned by the chair this morning, care is a need, is a work, and is also a right.
I would say that we want to be a result and a public policy, and these are the five major public policies that we have stated in the position document: comprehensive care policies and systems, gender-sensitive fiscal pacts, labor market policies. That you know, in the region, we have an indicator which is total time, showing that women work more but less payment. So a lot of what is going on in the care systems are related to regulation of labor markets. In this area, the idea is to bridge the digital gaps, inclusive digitalization and closure of the gender gap, digital gap. And we are working also with all these criteria towards universality, progressiveness. You are making efforts in terms of making progress and in this direction. But I think that it's important to talk about this idea of universal systems, intersectoral institutional approach, co-responsibility, a deep cultural change, which in terms of co-responsibility, social and gender co-responsibility, and of course, this is a region that together with gender inequality always highlight the importance of the intersectional approach. Policies should be in line with demographic, cultural, and territorial features where the care, the relationships are embedded. The idea of leaving no one behind, that chair of UN Women, Nadine Gasmani, always remind us that this is also a recognition of diversity, women, adolescents, and girls that exist in our region, and of course, financial sustainability, which is the weakest area in terms of financial sustainabilities and public policies. So what we are stating now towards this new approach towards the conference in 2025 is transformation, transformation in the political, economical, environmental and cultural changes to promote the society of care. These are structural transformation, but they need to start today. So we need to have we have ambitious solutions with a sense of urgency. The executive secretary of LAC is encouraging us to think all together with this big push for care society, which is required in our region for a more productive, inclusive, and sustainable future which is also our motto over these 75 years. So we're going to be thinking together with you about governance, institutionality, funding, information systems, with this idea of structural changes, but providing short-term solutions, specific solutions for life of the whole population, for the whole society, with women's at the core. This idea to promote pacts, to make progress, put in public policy at the core, as we have said, systematically in subsidiary bodies, and of course in this conference, pacts helping us to fight the structural inequalities, to lay down the foundations for a care society, and three agreements that we're going to be considering in this talk. We need more, affirmative sentencing, not only mainstreaming, we need decent work, full equal signification, participation of women in the strategic sectors of the economy. Second, we want participatory process with organizations and women movements, young women, elder women, and native Afro-descendant women, rural women, women with disabilities, which are living with HIV, the basic communities, organization of people, LGBTI plus dependent persons and unions, organization of paid domestic workers, communities, cooperatives in the design, implementation, and monitoring of care policies. And of course, encouraging the sub-regional, regional, and multilateral cooperation programs through North, South, 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 and triangular cooperation modalities. As Marita Perceval said in a former panel, in terms of bilateral assistance, just 10% is devoted to Latin America and the Caribbean, and globally, just 4% have as a main objective gender inequality. So this is what we are talking, and the mechanisms, the margin of participation of women. How can we sustain our organizational fabric in the state, civil society? This is essential. How are we going to do this? Well, now in October, this is the board of directors meeting globally. You have at the bottom, March, we're going to be in the Commission of the Status of Women, and we're going to be discussing this tomorrow during the consultation in the Assembly next year. We're going to talk about the Summit of the future, the proposal of the Secretary General. And in March, we're going to be again in the juridical and social status of women, and revisiting what has happened after 30 years of conference on women. I think this is going to be an opportunity to create a global, regional, national momentum. The regional report is going to be prepared together with you and with UN Women to see how we have made progress as a region and what are challenges and problems that we're facing. And then, this process will reach up until the Assembly in September. And regionally, we are going to be working here with a directive board next year. This will be a consultation, will serve as consultation. And this is what we have agreed with the board. And this framework is that in 1.5 years to have meetings of specialists, the fora with the academia. We have been working together with the United Nations system, and we will continue doing this as we have done in the past. We want to promote, and the last time was virtual conference, but now, as we are now out of the pandemic, we would like to have a preparatory sub-regional meeting to gather these mechanisms sub-regionally, and the meeting with feminist women and the entire diversity. We want to reach with this energy that characterizes the commitment of all of you and actions. And we want to reach Mexico in the second semester in 2025, where the feminist organizations is going to be a reality, the meeting of the board of directors. And then this conference is very important because this is coincidental with the 50th anniversary of the first World Conference of Women in Mexico. And so we want to give from this region a value, from this region to the world. We want this to be a conference where, apart from the member states of ICLAC and the regions of the world, can be with us also, and that we can also be or celebrate what this region have done, which is society of care, but especially to imprint action and a sense of urgency, because the world, we are all sustaining this, but the price is really high. So I think that this is the idea. I liked what the Lucy Garrido said, that not only this should be seen clear as water, but you have to drink that water as well. I would like to share something that my grandmother said, that when we are in difficult times in a family, when we were discussing if the glass was half empty or half full, she said that what is important is there is room for more water. So fresh water is brought by this region, water from of desire, of inspiration that comes from this inspiration of contributing from this region, which definitely now we want in Buenos Aires. We were talking about our horizon, and the horizon is here. We have adopted it, and we want to say how we're going to do all together, but this may happen as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you, Ana, for your presentation. Now, as chair, I would like to take the floor very briefly to thank Ana Westman for your presentation and to enable debate on the topic that are going to be accessing the next regional conference. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Mexico and Nadine Asman. We know that it's a great challenge to be the next seat, and so it's very nice that this is occupied by a country like Mexico, when the gender as the flagship. We consider the possibility to work on the changes that we have been promoting as a society that goes to the basis of inequality to grow with distribution and sustainability. In that road, the way of governance, strengthening all the funding, and to set up the system are things that cannot be out of the agenda. We cannot think of a structural debate without commitment, and we cannot talk about commitment without resources and structure. It is here where I consider the working and the gender institutionality as a key governance tool must have a central place in the next regional conference. The creation of Ministry of Gender, Women and Diversities represent a qualitative jump of the public policies located gender and diversity and the highest of the structures of our states. And they provide hierarchy to our agenda and facilitates a mechanism of interministerial and intersectoral articulation. On the other hand, it is also important to keep a territorial perspective or to think on federal aspect as federal countries like ours. So these policies can have impact throughout the country. Finally, I would like to repeat what Anna Westman said when she said, this is not time for gradual or timid changes. It's moment to advance with transformative and audacious policies, moving ourselves towards development. It's time to be determined and with our commitment as states, looking for equality, rights, freedom, dignity, and women, lesbian, bisexual, trans, travesti, intersex, and not negotiable. Neither the rights of children and adolescents. We saw in the presentation the central uh, um, level of cares in the regional gender agenda, how these have taken a predominant role. We know that they are at the core of our economic and social systems. This is a very important moment to continue making progress along this road. We want our region to go on the same path. That's why we feel proud to present a consultative opinion to the Inter-American Human Rights Court so that court can define the juridical scope of this. We thank the support of other countries and civil society to send contributions to the court in this stage of the process. I celebrate that this morning the Council of Human Rights of the United Nations approved a resolution on centrality of care and the support from a human rights perspective, promoted by Argentina, being the first specific resolution in terms of care regarding human rights. From our region, the commitment will be to go deeper into international standards to define very clearly that the state should look for gender equalities through their public policy. That's their duty. There are no excuses. With Buenos Aires commitment, we have set up a roadmap, as I said this morning. This is a comprehensive route so the progress of the countries in gender and diversity can be a reality in every country. So let's not forget that our region is imprinting the agenda for other regions of the world. Please, let's continue making progress in line with the principle of not going back in terms of human rights, defending what we have conquered, always ahead, no one step back. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Nadine Gassman, President of the National Women's Institute from Mexico. She's participating from Mexico via Zoom. I would like to congratulate Ana Westbes for her presentation and leadership like President Ayelen Massina, all the ones who are there in presence and the ones who are connected via Zoom. This is going to be a real honor to have the opportunity to host the Regional Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean. So on behalf of the Mexican government, I would like to express our will to accompany you where we're going to be looking for the agreements reached in Buenos Aires commitment in the 15th conferences. The celebration of regional conference Mexico is highly relevant when we recall, as Ana Westmes said, the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the first International Women Conference, which was celebrated in Tlatelolco in Mexico in 1975. In 2022, with the Buenos Aires commitment, we agreed upon as the utmost important thing for the feminist agenda to go towards building the care societies, giving priority to sustainability, and recognizing the cares as a human right and a common good. For 2025, we are fully convinced that this should guide the 15th regional conference. That is, as Anna said, once the what are established, we have to promote the hows by defining specific actions guiding the work of different sectors, which should stem from the members themselves. So we consider as a priority to create rooms for discussion, promoting the proposals from the co-responsibility side in agreement with what has been expressed by ICLAC from Mexico government. We are in agreement with that this is time of transformative policy, speeding up equality between men and women, and the transformation of the development model necessary to overcome structural inequality. Today in the morning, that message was very clear in terms of the urgency of this topic to achieve this goal. So, together with the proposal of ECLAC, in terms of society for care and gathering governance, digital platform for Mexico, we want to add the fourth pillar, that is the social intersectional pillar, to work and make a social mandate visible that care are that care are not exclusive responsibility of women. I would like to highlight the progress made in terms of the resolution of General Assembly of the United Nations established the October 29th International Day of Care, and with the approval of today, as the minister said, from Argentina, the resolution of the Human Rights Council of United Nations about care and support from the human rights perspective, which has been led by Argentina, has had the support of Mexico, Chile, Colombia, Spain, among others. With this, we recognize the importance of care as essential element to keep our economies, lives, and society, and this new multilateralism as the one that we're aspiring.
In a meeting that we held with the Foreign Affairs Minister, Alicia Bárcena, that is fully involved in these preparations, we have questioned what we are caring for, and we're proposing a wide perspective with an intergenerational approach that from a perspective of the past to obtain values and the heritage by dignifying the elderly with a vision of the present, that we understand that if placing right in the middle the care of people, we're also taking care of public goods, free time, and quality of life, and a vision of future that will let us approach without inequalities the technological advances and will be impacting those that are taking care of others, same as care of children and others from the perspective of human rights and well-being. From the government of López Obrador, working to promote commitment with the common good is a priority for Mexico. And we want this approach where nobody is left behind and nobody is left out, being one of the guiding pillars of the work of the 16th conference. Under this premise, for us, it is important that the care society has as a basis the understanding that its consolidation will represent common good for the whole of the society, meaning that it is a benefit that will be a well-being for all, and understood as economic growth, contributing to prevention of violence and strengthening of the social matrix. And it means that this is a cultural perspective common to many of our countries. And in the case of original people and Afro descendants, is in itself a unique way of caring for people, environment, and planet. It is so that it represents an opportunity to recover and revalue the knowledge of indigenous people in the care of the earth and biodiversity, the important care of not establishing a false stereotype that places them as the only ones responsible of the care of the environment, but acknowledge their important contribution in the preservation of natural resources and the struggle against climate change. It is in this sense that we need to remember that the principle of universality that is guiding human rights to for care has to go together with progressiveness, as its guarantee is progressive and based on the priorities of different populations. People with that are more dependent, with disabilities, girls, boys, and elderly, and those that are taking care of people, either paid or unpaid, have to be considered as a priority population when establishing progressive mechanisms for care policies. Based on all this from the government of Mexico, we believe that some of the priorities to highlight will be to reinforce the paradigm of the common goods, which is care, related to the historical debt of the wealth of its conditions, to make an emphasis to the indigenous and Afro-descendant people, to highlight the agenda of the environment and the link to women, especially to indigenous women, by placing them the possibility of having women access land and natural resources, to highlight the relationship between natural resources that come from climate change, pandemics, or health crisis, and the overload of the activity of care as something that has to be seen from the economic and public health perspective as part of sustainability of life, to reinforce the main role of women in peace building in territories at national level or international level as a main focus of our region, where this creation of the society of care undoubtedly will influence the creation of peace, or peace building, to establish alliances as part of co-responsibility and the participation of the private sector, not only through participation in the industry of care, but through the adoption of a new entrepreneurial culture that establishes priorities for care policies and centers, establishing different activities as the maternity leave and others, to uh, consider foreign affairs activities with a gender perspective, transiting to care activities to guarantee permanent activities of feminist organizations and civil society, to highlight the importance of the perspective budgets as accelerators of equality between men and women, and to provide permanent spaces of consultation and dialogue with the different groups of caretakers in all of its diversity, as well as those that require care, so as to generate these inclusion areas from co-responsibility. The proposal is to create these processes within the regional conference in the different powers. The legislative or the legal areas are establishing a dialogue and contributing towards these care activities. So there is a need to celebrate a second parliamentary forum and the first legal forum that is quite relevant, as Ayelen was mentioning, and in the next decision-making process of the Inter-American Court about the consultative activities in the right of care presented by Argentina and supported by other countries. We're also proposing to carry out a number of preparatory meetings for 2024, one, as Anna was saying, with the academia related to care, and another one with ministers of the finance ministries to discuss the financially sustainable activities. The perspective of Mexico is that the 16th regional conference will have as a result a generation of activity to consolidate transformation in the economic, political, social, cultural, and environmental arenas to be able to move towards a society of care and gender equality. We also would like to call for close cooperation in the Global Alliance for Care, a community of co-creation and cooperation in which we are able to articulate different activities and actions throughout the world with 252 participants of different sectors. For us, the main goal is a change, a very important change that will leave behind neoliberalism, will fight and change the economic perspectives for care of life and planet. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear Nadine Gassman, President of the National Women's Institute in Mexico, for your participation. And now we will offer the floor to the participations, and we will request for you to place up your sign in the room or raise your hand virtually or write in the chat the name of the country. We would like to offer the floor to UNAIDS. And Fayo, we will give you some time for your participation. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for this space. And I would like to congratulate the division for the effort and work that you have been carrying out and for the presentation of these ideas that are already being established, considering the following regional women's conference. I would like to greet the chair lady of this. Good afternoon, Maria Noel, Jimena, and Nicole. And of course, to all ministers that are here with us today. I see my dear friends from UN Women and the different agencies and the organizations of the civil society in particular. I would like to first congratulate Anna for the approach that you are providing to the following regional conference. And I would like to express that the next conference, and according to what you just mentioned, is seen as an area of thought for well-being. The model of well-being for the women that we want for Latin America and the Caribbean. And of course, for which I have to congratulate you, and I have to add my dear Nadine in Mexico, is the approach and the certainty that we have in this room that their diversities are not out of these discussions at the regional conference. And I would like to express that in this case is the rural women, the indigenous women, Afro-descendants, Afro-Caribbean, and from the diaspora. I think it is fundamental to be able to delve into this discussion on these intersections that are still expressing the situation of vulnerability and lack of protection or no guarantee of rights that women themselves are living, especially the rural ones, are going through in this Latin America. As you know, unfortunately, the region is still the one that has that is in more hunger than in the world, a region that had been able to close the statistics and the situation on food security and nutrition. And given the COVID, and I would say that from the year 2015 on, we have seen how food security is worsening for women, specifically in the region, and specifically the situation of women in the agri-food business or issues. One of the topics that is very important in this area, according to the last report that we published in April in FAO, and I would invite you to look at it. It's the evidence that is presented there. One of the most important topics that we have is the agri-food business to be sustainable and inclusive, is that they should be working towards the guarantee of women and the need to intervene in everything related to a decent job. This is a topic that for us is fundamental and key, and we want to work together with the United Nations system. And I would like to take the opportunity to express that this last week, and thanks to Maria Noel Baez and Cecilia that are here with us in FAO, we signed a cooperation agreement with together with UFPA to be able to work with rural women in their territories and their communities. And to again, we are available for LAC, Ana, because the whole effort of regional thoughts and care of the needs that women have of participating in these areas, especially the rural women. Again, I would like to express it because for us it's very, very important. We are available so that for these regional activities, we can have a coordination activity so that the participation of rural women really is really important. So I would like to thank with this time, and I will be available for any efforts that are coming. They're not simple, not only for what is coming in the following conference, but also the implementation of the Unified's commitment. And I would like to also express that the care coverage at rural level is a topic important for FAO, and we want to again open areas of transformation together with agencies. So thank you very much, and of course with governments and the organizations of the civil society. Thank you. Thank you, FAO, for your participation, and we offer the floor to Migrations Office. I would like to thank and congratulate what has been made in this meeting, in the Conference of Women. Also, greetings to Maria Noel, Cecilia, Ana, and I want to also thank for being able to be here, and greetings to my colleagues, and clearly to the colleagues that are here with us from the organized civil society. Two messages that are important. I would not only want to repeat what you know, but as of 1990 has been an important increase of migration in our Latin American region, which is one of the important topics at regional level that is really going through all of the Americas from north to the south and south to north, but mainly the main migratory corridors. I would like to highlight along those lines the importance, as already mentioned by Ana in her report, that we cannot consider the care systems without considering how important migrant women are in our territories. I also would like to take into account the approach of rights to be able to understand how this mobility is working in the region. We have made efforts. We're still working together with women. We have available studies, and we're also working in identifying the importance of linking gender policies with migratory policies. This is something that we still have to continue working on in the region, where the governments are tackling both elements. So to continue working along these lines, and with regard to the following conference to be held in Mexico, we would like to be available for you and continue working together in this path of equality, if not leaving anybody behind, and that migrants, and especially women, will not be left out of this agenda. So it is in this sense that we are available either for preparatory meetings where the human mobility will be tackled together with the next agencies, of course, and to remind you that within the temporary presidency of the conference of migrations, we have the Congress of Migrations, where many of the delegations here have made tremendous efforts to be able to continue placing the migratory agenda within the region, other areas as well. There is a new agenda that is being consolidated between these policies, such as the South American Conference on Migrations. And finally, a message that maybe you know of. I am today representing an organization that for the first time has a woman general director. So for us, it is also a very special time. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patient IOM. I would like to offer the floor to OAS, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge Ana Westmes and the team that has presented this pathway, placing care along the lines of the humanization and the transformation of the world is the correct pathway. I believe that that is extraordinary. On the one hand, we vindicate what we have done, what women have done historically, and that has been there and has been invisible. We have sustained life, and no one has realized that. And now we're establishing that as a pathway to transform the world. And I believe that it is extraordinary to continue to analyze this in greater depth. And it also implies feminizing the world. We have all said that the world has to change, and the only way for it to change is through the incorporation of the visions and values of women within the framework of an agenda that we are building. I would like to say a couple of things that I believe are important. How to care for migrants, and this was mentioned by our colleague. We are experiencing a human drama in the region in this sense, and how to incorporate it within these specificities, the rural reality. I would like to say that the OAS has declared that this to be the decade of rural women. In the working group that the Inter-American Commission has in terms of rural women, they have been talking about the need for care as an issue that has an important, a very important importance, and that has data that means that we need to put that at the very center. I think we should discuss the house, and the foreign feminist policy is a mechanism to discuss this agenda so that it becomes a route towards transformation. And this has to do with the transformation of the state. What type of state do we need to do this? This is also a major issue, and that we should highlight whenever we talk about financial aspects. We should talk about the state, and that is my contribution. And please count on us for this process. Thank you. Thank you for your intervention to the OAS, and now we offer the floor to UNICEF. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to convey the greetings of our regional director, Gary Conili, of our deputy Regional Director Claire Buffet, who have not been able to be present with us here today, but they're, of course, very attentive to the discussions that we will be holding these 2 days. As from the Regional Office of UNICEF for Latin America and the Caribbean, we also greet Minister Machina, that is in charge of the Minister Genders and of Argentina, as chair of the presiding officers, and especially for facilitating this meeting. We also greet the representatives of official delegations of the various countries and our colleagues from civil society organizations. I would like to especially greet Sofia and her colleagues from Las Tremendas who are still with us now. May you be very welcome to this space always. That is what we say. And to the colleagues of the different UN system agencies, and a special gratitude to our colleagues from ECLAC and Maria Jose and the whole team for the work that they have done. Today is International Girls' Day. Like all the time, it's key to remember that with adequate opportunities and resources, each teenager has the necessary potential to make decisions about their lives, their well-being, and the collective future of their community and of their planet. Investments in teenagers is translated into positive results. However, teenagers do not yet hold an important place in the development agenda of Latin America and the Caribbean. And that is why from UNICEF we promote investment programs that lead to transformative results for teenagers, such as the improvement of their empowerment, leadership, well-being, and that can be applied in large scale to reach thousands of teenagers in this region. We are strongly committed in UNICEF in terms of supporting teams of ECLAC, UN Women, and the government of Mexico in order to guarantee that teenage and young women may actively and officially participate in the 16th Regional Conference on Women that will be held in Mexico, and so that we continue to integrate the discussion of gender inequalities throughout the life cycle. We believe that that is fundamental. We congratulate the fact that the Buenos Aires commitment acknowledges that young and teenage women are impacted especially by the lack of care, especially by the domestic care, which is often imposed upon them as from early age. We believe that continuing to discuss the transformation of all the structures in different spheres in order to achieve that society of care that we will continue to work on until the next conference also implies adopting an intergenerational approach, as from where we consider that the full realization of the rights of women and teenagers and adults is fundamental for this development. And therefore, as from the regional office of UNICEF, we will continue to work in what was developed by the Regional Conference on Women to develop a strategy. And for that purpose, we continue to work on the care agenda, focusing especially on girls and teenagers, including migrants and refugees, as our contribution to the regional gender agenda, looking at the 16th Regional Conference on Women that will be held in Mexico in 2025. Thank you very much. Thank you, UNICEF, for your words. And now we offer the floor to UN Women. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Anna and ECLAC for structuring this presentation. We really reviewed what has happened over the past few years and how, in a cumulative fashion, the different declarations and commitments that emerge from the regional conference have made a regulatory process that we need so much so that our rights continue to be respected and become public policies. And for that reason, I would like to very quickly talk about three things. First of all, the creation of care systems, care policies, and care programs. And Nadim referred clearly to the three visions in terms of having those care systems that we so dearly need, public, private. And I loved it when she mentioned the change of culture of the private sector so that it truly includes care at the very center. Leaves, we have the three principles for the economic empowerment of women that are demanding that from the private sector. And I also love what the chair mentioned when she spoke about intersectionality, about non-discriminations, and that must be the direction in which we advance. And then public care policies, which for us is what you have all three mentioned. But in addition is also the focus. The focus is on those rural women, on those indigenous women, on those women with disabilities, and also on migrant women who are not in the value chain and yet are exploited in all our countries. And I also loved the issue of eco-dependence, interdependence, and co-responsibility. I believe, Anna, that we are mentioning three fantastic concepts that have to be imposed as the concept of the society of care, which our region has put forward. Employment, the fiscal nature of these activities, and access for opportunities by women is something that we must discuss in the conference. So we must offer women those more concrete opportunities. As mentioned today, investments, access to exports, the time that is freed up in terms of the provision of care. Where are we going to invest? Well, in decent employment. So the agenda for the labor market, for the creation of decent work is so important and is linked to care. And likewise, the agenda for productive work, because we must continue to increase the participation of women in the labor market. That is fundamental. And finally, ancestral knowledge and also the future. Nadine invited us to think about how to incorporate that ancestral knowledge and how to look at the future, how to incorporate digital aspects and artificial intelligence into the issue of care, how to incorporate the silver economy into all these issues. The silver economy will represent 25% of our economy by 2050, and therefore we must think about the elderly in order to include women in decent employment and not for them to again be exploited. So I congratulate you all. This has truly been a very rich discussion, and of course UN Women together with LAC will accompany LAC, the government of Mexico, of course, the government of Argentina, and all the governments in the region, so that we may have another big success during this regional conference to be held in Mexico. Thank you. We thank UN Women for that, and now we move on to our virtual participants. We all offer the floor to UNCIDA, I think. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, honorable ministers, country delegations, colleagues from the UN, civil society. A special greeting to the chair and our gratitude to Anna for her presentation from UNICIDA. And after the recent General Assembly, where we had 3 high-level meetings on health, and we want to emphasize, place special emphasis on health as a fundamental pillar of comprehensive care programs in the dimensions of the protection of the autonomy of women in terms of access to services without discrimination. And this must take into consideration the specificities, as has been said, of women in all their diversity and also in intersectionality, including, of course, those that have been mentioned today: indigenous women, rural women, Afro-descendants, migrant women, and likewise women that live with HIV and trans women. We must also think about how to benefit the promotion of primary health care that requires greater investment, especially for the health and the well-being of those that provide care and those that are cared for. And let us emphasize this, especially at the prevention level. As mentioned by PAHO, the health expenditure of 5% of the GDP is a necessary condition, yet insufficient in order to overcome inequalities and contribute to establishing the foundations for a society of care which guarantees the right to health of carers and also of those that require that care. Therefore, you can have UN aids to make progress looking towards the next meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you for your words. And now we will give the ILO its 2 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. Special greeting to Ana Westmes and Mariano del Baeza, honorable ministers and all country delegations, representatives of civil society and all the UN system agencies that are present, as well as greetings to all the people that participate in this regional conference. Aligned with what was mentioned by Mrs. Ana Westmes, what is very important for us is to highlight that for the ILO, the economy of care is one of the main themes in order to leave no one behind, promoting the ratification and compliance with the main agreements related to this issue, such as Agreement 156 about family responsibilities, Agreement 183 about the protection of maternity, and Agreement 189 about domestic workers, understanding domestic work as a work that has to do with care in the world and the need for that to be acknowledged as a decent, formal, and decent work. As for the ILO, there is a high commitment with the Society of Care and with the investment in public care policies that contribute to greater equality in the world of labor, overcoming gender gaps. And we believe that it's very important to remember that in the International Labor Conference that will be held in June 2024, we have decent work and the economy of care as two of the main points in the agenda, and the results of this discussion will be very relevant inputs that we will contribute as from the ILO to the regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean that will be held in Mexico in 2025. And we are certain that that will contribute to a more equitable labor world among men and women, where we recognize that the work of care is a fundamental work for the development of societies, economies, and we highlight the fact that there is a need for care work to be decent work, paid work, and complies with the fundamental rights of workers, so that that can improve the quality of care provided in the world. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos la intervención de.
We thank the words of the ILO, and now we offer the floor to the UNHCR. Good afternoon, distinguished authorities, Chair of the Regional Conference on Women, representatives of UN Women and LAC, colleagues of the UN system and of other international agencies and regional agencies, representatives of civil society, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Regional Office of the Americas of the High Commissioner of the UN for Human Rights, we send our greetings to this important meeting. The effects that continue to exist as a result of the COVID-19 and the food crisis and the different challenges of climate change have severe consequences, especially upon those groups that face discrimination, as you were commenting just a while ago, such as displaced women and girls, asylum seekers and refugees. In total, 21.4 people have been displaced as a result in our region, and it is estimated that approximately 46% of those are women and children. There are various factors that motivate the increasing human mobility and this movement in the region, as you well know: insecurity, violence, persecution, poverty, inequality, the violation of human rights, the deterioration of public order, gender inequality, and gender violence are all factors that also lead to displacement, and this is exacerbated during the transit and when they reach their destination. And we have also mentioned the situation of women that defend, that are human rights defenders and environmental defenders, that can become the target of threats and persecution for defending their communities. The region witnesses unprecedented movements, as mentioned by my colleague from the ILO, which is an agency that we cooperate on a day-to-day basis, and among them various categories of people such as refugees, asylum seekers. And to give you an example, in 2023 and to date, more than 470,000 people have crossed the Darien Gap irregularly, trying to find security and protection, compared to 248,000 that crossed the Darien Gap in 2022. These are just examples of the situation that we're experiencing in the region. As you can imagine, gender violence and different violence faced by girls and women when they cross the Darien Gap is very severe. The gender inequality and care work, and this has been shown in studies that we have undertaken, and as a result of the analysis of people that are refugees and migrants from Venezuela, shows that there are persistent gender barriers when it comes to employment and the generation of income for women compared to men. In Brazil, that rate is 54%, more than twice the situation of men. In Paraguay, women have more probability of working in informal sectors, 64% compared to men. In Peru, there is a salary gap which is very significant between refugee women and migrant women, and all this is specific data that shows that women face when with human displacement movements, and this is a challenge for the development of public policies and to guarantee access to a national protection system. As from our entity, we acknowledge the important efforts made in the region in order to advance towards gender equality and the commitment of governments to establish new dynamics and related to human displacements. And we call upon governments, and especially the government of Mexico and all the authorities of this conference, to bear in mind the dynamics of human mobility and forced displacement and its impact upon girls and women. And these are all issues that have to be tackled in the regional conference on women that will be held in 2025. And we offer our support and accompaniment in case this proposal is received. We believe that a dialogue on these issues can create important synergies in order to prevent the causes of displacement and promote collective efforts to protect these communities. We would also like to remind you that the next forum on refugees that will be held in December 2023 represents an important opportunity to redouble our collective efforts and to enter into commitments in order to protect women that are displaced against gender violence and the empowerment of these displaced women. We invite you to bear in mind the differentiated and specific needs of people, of women that are displaced by force and their specific needs. And that's promote their inclusion in national protection policies and in as well as to increase their autonomy and leadership. We reiterate our willingness to work with all countries in preparation of the conference in 2025 and to continue to work hand in hand with authorities and with civil society so that we can all build a more egalitarian society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, UNHCR, for your intervention. Now, Venezuela. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Cordial greetings on behalf of women of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. First, I would like to express our recognition to the Republic of Argentina, and we greet ICLAC for the excellent organization of this meeting and a special complex time for the region and the world. There is a recovery from a devastating pandemic. Chairs, delegates, this is 46 years by now of the regional agenda. Some of us were not born when many of you were fighting for equality, for inclusion, for making the voice of women be heard. Our region presents different challenges to reach equality. We have cross plans, consensus, strategies, commitments, which are the structural basis to make progress. And there are great differences among our countries and also in terms of the common goals, even for the most advanced countries. We cannot achieve equality among genders and to empower women and girls if we don't have the same opportunities. Equality and empowerment of women is an essential element of every dimension, whether sustainable and inclusive, but we need to go beyond gender. Capitalist system is the main obstacle for inclusive and sustainable development and expand inequalities in the world. The new coercion ways that we define as unilateral displace women from the central axis of sustainable development and put them in the devastating consequences of struggle towards the end of poverty and zero hunger, destroy the advances in health, welfare, and education, the structural node of inequality. This is in line with the serious consequences of the pandemic and the unfair treatment from developed countries. Our statement about topics in this 16th regional meeting for Latin America and the Caribbean recognize and accompany the struggle of women which are living under the conditions which are hampering the promotion of changes and advances toward gender equality. There is a deep in the policies devoted to overcome poverty, improve and care about health and education. We want to mention some specific example of this type of measures. The blockade hampers the acquire medicines and radiotherapies when in Venezuela have free access. Venezuela was forbidden access to vaccines and in times of COVID-19, and we receive the support of foreign countries. Based on our experience, we want to bring to this space to build a common agenda, the necessary debate about participation of social movements of women in the design and implementation of public policies. It's not enough to fund, but this must be together with the implementation and empowerment of mechanisms to make progress with women. The social organization models at the service of the region, given that as a consequence of change of government in some countries, some neoliberal system of government has been installed, cutting down the social investment and with impact in terms of gender equality. The impact of an economic warfare compels us to state the importance to debate and speak about economic development model, ratifying sexual labor vision which is imposed, and that means that all the coercive measures have impact which is perverse on the countries which oppose to the Western funding model. So we're going to encourage the region on the uh, effects of this system, which make the feminization of poverty the main strategy. I would like to invite you to pay attention about what will happen over the next days in Venezuela, change in the way of implementing public policies for women and gender equality with a view to building around SDG number 5, despite the great contradictions. And finally, I would like to call your attention of the ones who are fighting for the political parity about the need to open spaces and the debate about patriarchal ways of doing policy. Parity creates conditions to make progress in terms of exercising power, but it doesn't guarantee the progress due to the practical activities today. We need to discuss about this. What do we want? And the exercise of power in the hands of women. We need to debate from a new paradigm with gender perspective and feminist perspective. What is the development model which overcomes the structural, the causes of the labor division? We need to be certain that we are going to make progress, overcoming poverty, hunger, and gender inequality, reassuring feminization of poverty. Let's be women, generating new activities. Thank you. We thank the delegation of Venezuela. And we have the last intervention of Peru. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Congratulations to Ana Westmes, Maria Noel, and all the ministers, representatives of the different countries, and UN bodies which have spoken before. I think that what has been proposed from LAC by Ana Westman is putting forward different challenges, and I would like to reiterate 3 points. One, I think that this is a revolution as part of the revolution that we are living, a revolution that implies a cultural change, a change in terms of contents of female and male context. And that commits also the solutions, how to imagine a different way or other subjectivity that doesn't imply that affection is expressed only through care. I think that to go ahead with this initial revolution, to continue with these changes implies a change in the fiscal regime. It is not possible that there is not enough tax payment, which doesn't allow the state to have the possibility to fund services which are required. And finally, we need to be very attentive that we need to make progress in terms of the economy of care, which shouldn't be based only on women participation, as many of the social policies are based on. Thank you so much. Thank you for your intervention, Gloria Tristan. And now, thank you, the delegates, for all your intervention. And in this way, we are closing this part of the agenda. We're going to reconvene tomorrow, Thursday, 12 at 10:00 hours Chilean time. So in this way, we are finishing with the 65th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean.